And I had it zoomed up sitting at my desk right there watching this way, so I didn't even see it. If I didn't see it, he was sitting right there and he didn't see it. They were professionals.
A burglar family managed to steal $5,000 worth of jewelry right in front of the store staff so cleanly that it wasn't discovered until the next day during an inventory check. Once the police got involved, images of the vehicle captured on the store's surveillance cameras were used to track the suspects down. But they had no idea it wasn't just a van, it was a treasure box on wheels.
Driver, step out with your hands up. Hands up, top of your head. Put your hands on top of your head, turn around, face away from me. Start walking back towards the sound of my voice. Let me get some hands over here. Stop, stop. Keep coming back towards the sound of my voice. Keep coming, 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 stop. Is there any other adults in the car?
My wife.
Your wife. Where is she at? The front seat?
Yes, please.
Okay. Front seat passenger, come out with your hands up. Come out. Put your hands up. Walk back towards the sound of my voice. Walk back. Come back. Come back. Put your hands on top of your head.
I have my children.
Okay. Put your hands on top of your head. Come back to me. All right, stop. Turn around. All right, walk back to me. I'm sorry. Yeah. Walk back
I have my children. I have my baby in the car.
We know. We understand. We understand. Do you have your weapons on you? No. Okay. How old are your kids?
One is 3 and it's heart operation.
Okay. Is there any other adults in the car?
No, I don't. It's my 3 children.
All right. Step over here. Galen, that's on you guys. Just talking to him. There's only 3 small children there, so we can. You guys just want to go up and clear. Open the door. Stand in the car. Stand in the car.
Is this kids?
Please, my kids are scared. Please, not with the guns, please.
It's okay. Everything's fine. What's your name?
Astasia.
What is it?
Astasia.
Stop. We'll explain to everything that's going on, okay? Once they clear it, we'll get the kids and then we'll bring them to you, okay?
What's your first name, boss? What's your first name?
Massimo.
Massimino?
Massimo.
Massimo? Okay.
They would have something like that in my life.
Huh?
They damaged the car.
Yeah.
Why?
That's how we stop people.
The police had to use a pit maneuver to stop the suspects, who had no idea what was happening. The kids were fine, but the parents had turned them into carriers for their loot, something the officers were about to discover. And that was just one of the things that would completely blow their minds. Watch what they find next.
So, Kate's our new employee. She's green like a month.
You dealt with them?
Yeah.
My son became suspicious of the guy because he's got her picking out multiple things and he's touching and it's not normal.
She's never been with a
If you
professional.
watch, he's got his hands curled so he's not leaving any prints.
This is the rule that he's.
You think it's a Figaro chain, but it should still have our tag on it. How much is the chain? We haven't figured it out yet. I guess
We're
Trying to
working
figure
on
out
that.
which one.
Yeah.
2,000 to 3,000. 2,000 to 3,000 is
At
what I'm
least.
guessing.
You in searching it?
Yeah, I did pockets and all that, yeah.
Oh,
You want to double check and do it? He's got a large stomach gash right there.
okay.
I have to swallow it.
I'm going to have anybody help her.
What?
You don't mind. You might be your wife and my kids. What help her?
What happened?
Yeah, what's the problem?
We'll talk to you about that here shortly, okay? They're okay, though. Go on the other side. Have a seat. You got anything in your shoes or anything?
No.
Slide it.
Where are you from? Romanian? How long have you been in the States for? How long have you been here?
Where were you yesterday?
Yesterday?
Where were you?
The road?
Is that your husband?
Yeah.
He's got a warrant.
Tomorrow. Do you have any warrants?
There it is. He balls it up right in his hand. It's in his hands
Now he's got one only in his hand. And he continues to look at jewelry and then he switches hands and then puts it into his pocket.
It was he was looking at 18-inch, and he was looking mainly at, he had,
So this is what the tags look like. They
Yeah,
probably ripped
yes.
it off though.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
yeah, but you might find it in the vehicle.
He was looking at the men's rings, and I approached him and asked if there was anything specific he was looking for, if I could show him anything. And he said he was looking for a gold bracelet for his mom and his dad tomorrow. So I proceeded to show him where we have their bracelets, and then he said, no, nothing like that. He showed me his necklace, he had one. He was like, something more like this. I said, I can check in the bag and see what we have that might. And that's when he came up to the counter then.
He needed it for today.
He needed it for today. Well, tomorrow. But
So then she went to the back, grabbed a black roll that they have a bunch of other additional jewelry in, set that out. They started showing her pieces. He's picking up, or she's picking up. They're both picking up.
he was like taking my things off and like.
Yeah, and right where I sent you the picture, there's two necklaces in his hand. He drops one into his palm, he holds it there, and then he later transfers it to his other hand, and then eventually puts it in his left front pocket.
How long have you been here in the United States? 1 year, 1.5. And you guys don't. I guess where did you come into the United States? Where did you come into the United States? Where did you fly? Where did you land?
New York.
Okay, you came to New York?
Yeah.
This is when officers stumbled upon some stuffed animals that looked completely normal at first glance. But a lucky inspection revealed they were hiding a hefty amount of treasure inside.
Something in it?
No, it's just like weighted.
Oh, it might be like a comfort pillow. Oh, looky there. That's it.
That's a lot of money. Oh, this is jewelry. Money. It was all hidden inside this. Like jewelry, diamonds, thousands of dollars, several $1,000. Just let us make sure of a couple things first, and then we'll let you guys be back together, okay? Just be patient for us. Oh, God. Oh, there you go.
And that's,
See that stuff?
yeah, I saw that.
Where's that one?
Right here. That's cell. No, cell phone. Back seat, back here. It's like, I mean, that's probably real. It's heavy.
Now, when I'm looking at these, because we're going to try to go over there. Does it look similar to any of these?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Does it look like this, or does it look real thin?
it's going to be like
We're assuming it's gonna be like one of
which
these.
is called a Figaro.
He just got a picture of the tag, so you'll see the link in there.
Okay.
Do you have a driver's license? Any kind of driver's license? No. That's not good.
No.
Good, bud. No, but.
Yeah.
You take away one, one to go drive.
Yeah.
You ain't got no license.
No. You don't have a license at all? No.
Any family in there?
Yeah, they're okay. They're right there. They're playing video games. They're fine. One's got an iPad, one's got a phone.
And he was like,
They blend.
undoing them, and we were all. I was watching because I have the camera here, and I had it zoomed up, sitting at my desk right there, watching this way. So I didn't even see it. If I didn't see it, he was sitting right there, and he didn't see it. They were professionals.
But it's this type where it's the big circles, link, big circle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see something, because there was one I showed him for $5,000.
His name's John, yes.
It might be that one.
It might be that one.
Maybe 5K.
Yeah, I think
Do you remember showing him one for $5,000? Do you remember what the link looked like?
it was 18. He had me measure it at first, I think. I know I measured a couple of
He
them.
just
but-
wanted your eyes taken off.
Yeah.
What he was doing.
Yeah,
All right. Well, we'll go to the scene and try to make sure you load it up.
Yeah, the $5,000.
So what's the process with the driver's license? How does that work?
When John got it from the guy,
Yeah.
so if our policy is if someone wants to see a Rolex, they're so expensive, we ask for their driver's license
Okay.
because they could take it and run. And
Right.
It's just to cover our.
No. I'm just trying to figure out, is it to look at this? Is it just,
Well,
that's
he
what I was
asked to
saying.
see a Rolex.
Okay. Did he end up seeing a Rolex?
He held on to a Rolex and showed it to him, but that's
Okay.
as far as it went.
Gotcha.
You know, that's a different case that opens out this way, so anybody can just get into it and set it behind the counter.
But you never know with Rolexes, they can.
There's good.
Yeah, they're really. Oh, this one, the hands are broken off on it. This one's got an odd skip to it, but it feels too light to be real ones. But just like, you know, I wonder if they wear some of this stuff just to make them look like they have money.
Police actually found a real Rolex on one of the kids' wrists, and it was confirmed to be stolen. Not just that, all the kids were loaded with jewelry and had personal iPhones and iPads. The total loot discovered in the car came to about $300,000, including $30,000 in cash, expensive watches, diamonds, gold coins, and a lot of jewelry, which meant the parents had a lot of explaining to do.
My first question is, where did you get the jewelry from? Like the necklace, the earrings?
There's an old one.
Old one? What about the necklace?
Even this is old one.
Old?
This is my
Where'd you get it from?
from New York.
From New York? Okay.
They're
All right.
old one. You can
These are
see
old?
them.
Okay. What about the bracelet? Yeah.
This one is old one. I
All
received it
old.
on my birthday
Okay, when was your birthday?
in December.
In December, last December? Okay. All right, and what about those? Those are like Pandora bracelets, aren't
Yeah.
they? Okay. Where'd you get those at?
This one is old one as well.
Okay. Okay. How long ago did you get that one? I know you said it's old, but
Like 11 months.
11 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything in your purse at all? Do you mind if I take a quick look? And okay. Yeah, perfect. I didn't want to pull down on you while we're doing that.
That one's ticking.
Well, this one's, the hands are all broken off. And this thing here is super light. I mean, if it's real, it's
This one's definitely
so
real. This
light.
is the one that was taken to
Oh,
college.
really?
We're taking the
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's got the emblem
Yep,
on the back,
sure.
too. Those don't even have the emblem on the back. They probably wear that into the store to say, hey, look, you know, I already have
Yeah.
a Rolex. And
Where'd you get this from? His bracelet? What about that? His ring? Okay. Can I have that necklace? Thank you. All of it?
Yeah.
All right. Can I have all of the jewelry?
After collecting all the jewelry from the wife and children, it was time to interrogate the man who had been running the show.
What is going on with my family?
They're free to go. They've been free to go. So right now you have warrants out of Michigan for your arrest. So we'll come in. We'll talk about kind of everything. Okay. Just okay. Go. Yeah.
Please, if you don't mind.
Yeah. No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What was the reason they stopped me like that?
Because you have a warrant. You have a warrant out of Michigan, a felony warrant for your arrest. That's why.
I know, but no,
Thank
stop.
you.
Yeah. Yep. That's it. Because you have a felony warrant, a felony charge for your arrest. We're allowed to stop you like that.
I know, but actually, let me explain.
Yeah.
How is that possible to stop me on the traffic for these things?
Because we're allowed to. The law allows us to stop you like that.
But how you was knew 100% that's me on the car?
Because we could see you, and we were able to verify that you had the warrant. That's it.
Because
So we'll talk about it.
yeah, because there was like, you know, I
Okay.
had my children with me.
Yeah.
And when they stopped me, they
Yeah.
damaged the car also. So you know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'll come back in a few minutes and we'll talk. Okay.
Please.
So just give me 1 minute. That way I can take care of some things.
To make one phone call to my wife.
Once we get over to the jail, then you can make the phone calls. Okay.
Where?
To the jail, because you have the warrant. You have to go to jail. Okay. So give me 1 second. I'll come back. We'll talk. I just got to take care of something. Okay. All right. You. Obviously, the main reason why you're here is this warrant out of Michigan. It's for theft and some other things. Just gonna kind of dive right into this. Obviously, when we stopped you, we found a bunch of jewelry. including Rolexes and stuff like that. Where did all these things come from? Because they were like kind of hidden. Obviously, it's a little odd, wouldn't you think? So where did those things come from? No comment? Okay. So there was a Rolex located on your son, on his wrist. It's stolen. Where did those come from? No comment. Do you want to talk to me about any? I'll let you talk. Okay. Well, on what? What does it depend on? What do you want to talk about?
Depend on what you ask.
Okay. Do you still remember everything that I read you before?
Yes.
Okay. So, the watch that was on your son was stolen from another county here in Florida. No comment. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you know that was you stealing it. We know it's you stealing it. Okay. How about the bracelets that were on your wife? They're like gold bracelets that she had on. No comment? Okay. Am I just wasting my time sitting here? Or is everything just going to be no comment?
No comment.
Okay, cool.
The man already had multiple felony warrants out of several states, and he was charged again with grand theft.
Hello.
YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
We are appreciated everything you do for Best Time.
And then he met me, boom, Netflix. Come on.
She needs to shut the f up, okay?
What a great time to be alive, you know, yeah. 2003 has been an awesome year so far. We're gonna get those weapons of mass destruction, I promise you. We're gonna get them. We're gonna get them this time. I know it. We're right around the corner. I'm just waiting for Colin Powell to pop out and be like, I love how you can see who's Gen Z in this room. Like, who's Colin Powell? Isn't that the lower part of the digestive system? It's Republican! Are you like a Republican radar? No? What's that? Oh, you have Tourette's. You have political Tourette's? You're like, Republican! Nazi! Fascist! Okay, hey, that's good. That's good. That's the good Tourette's right there. That's good. What a time. A time when Tucker Carlson is the voice of reason. I could have told you that if you put Tucker Carlson in a room with Ted Cruz, you're going to be agreeing with Tucker Carlson. You know what I mean? Like, there's levels to this, you know? I think it should be called, okay, all right. You're going to have to stop that, though, at some point. At least do it when it makes sense. Like that place made zero sense. There was a lot of really great sound bites, but the main one that got circulated was when Tucker showed the world that Ted Cruz doesn't even know the population of Iran. After Ted Cruz is talking all this smack about, like, yeah, regime change, Tucker Carlson's like, do you even know the population of Iran? And Ted Cruz is like, no, I don't. Here's where I give flowers to Tucker Carlson. He's an expert at gaslighting. Any other journalist could have just let that go and be like, I don't know it either, you know what I mean? But Tucker Carlson's like, you don't know the population of Iran? You would think if you want to topple a country, you would know the population. You could see the stress building in Ted Cruz. He's like, I don't know what the population is. What is it? And Tucker Carlson's like, 92 million. Now, to be transparent, I didn't know their population was 92 million, okay? But I'm also not trying to stage a coup, okay? Iran does not have nuclear weapons, because if they did, we would not be attacking them, okay? If they did, we'd be scared to shit right now. Iran has a nuclear program. Specifically, they're enriching uranium, which is an element on the periodic table, which most of our politicians also could not point out. I guarantee all of these politicians who are saying that Iran should not have uranium could not point uranium out on the periodic table. If you put Ted Cruz in front of the periodic table and you'd be like, point to which one is uranium, and then you have Tucker Carlson like, you don't know which one is uranium? And Ted Cruz is like, no, I don't know. And then Tucker Carlson's like, it's 92. Because it's 92! It's 92! It's 92! Is that not crazy? Iran has a population of 92 million. Uranium is the 92 on the periodic table. That's a conspiracy right there. 92. What happened in 92? Bill Clinton. I don't know. 1 + 1 is 2. 9/11. 9/11. What? I don't know. I'm just saying. Chemistry's an inside job. You really got to be in the lab all day. For those of you who don't know, Iran is a country in the Middle East. So Iran has a nuclear program, okay? And one person's really happy about that. They're in the process of enriching uranium. If you enrich uranium to a certain point, it can become weapons grade. And the cutoff for, okay, someone's building a bomb. The cutoff for weapons grade is it has to be at least 85%. But some say it needs to be more like 90%. If somebody built like an 85% bomb, they'd be like, that's kind of a lame bomb, you know what I mean? But it's like 90%, that's a good bomb right there. That's a good bomb. So you have to, yeah, 92. 92 is enrich it to 92. Yeah. All right. Got my writing team here. And I know you guys are thinking like, Sammy, how do you know so much about making bombs? I love chemistry, okay? Don't be racist. I watch a lot of Breaking Bad, okay? It has to be 85% to be weapons grade, and they only have it to 83.7. Okay, it's a little close. It's a little close. Everybody's like, they're gonna go higher. Well, it's like, obviously, because 83% is a B-. You know what I mean? Like, no Middle Eastern parent is gonna allow that to just, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, no, you have to go higher. So 92%, then you go 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, boom, that's what you do, that's how you do. That's how you do. Middle Eastern parents, they want you to get the full 100, you know what I mean? Obviously, if you get to 95, they'll still love you, you know? For the most part, Iran has been complying with the inspections from the IAEA, who does the nuclear. You have this misinformation being spread for years, people in the West being like, Iran has nukes, they're gonna make a nuke. And Iran's like, no, we don't. In the West, they're like, no, Iran has a nuke. And Iran's like, no, we don't. The inspectors go in, they're like, yeah, they don't have nukes. And then the Ayatollah is like, I told you. Okay. Come on. Okay, if it were up to me, nobody would have nukes. Because I know I shouldn't have a nuke. Because if I had a nuke, y'all getting nuked tomorrow, okay? One person takes too long on my coffee, nuke. Girl ghosted me on Hinge, nuke. One crowd member doesn't laugh at a joke, it's it, nuke, that's it. I will wage a nuclear war over my joke bombing. Isn't that ironic? Bombs for bombs, baby. Bombs for bombs. Exactly. Just like not laughing at a joke and nuclear war, it just takes one idiot. Yes! Yes! I love it. I feel like I came here with almost finished jokes and then you guys finished them each time. I came here at like 83.7% finished. And you guys just took it up a notch.
Oh my God, so good. 92, 90, I'm at 92 now? Oh, look at that. A minus, not good enough, not good enough. We're on the brink of nuclear war. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. It's gonna be really weird if I post any of this material. It's gonna be like, every time he says something controversial, somebody on that side is very supportive of it. But Republicans? Yeah, Republicans, yeah. What's that? Okay, sorry. She needs to shut the up, okay? You need to shut the up. You need to stop it. Okay. Okay. Just let me finish jokes, please. Okay?
Falafel Inc. at Murrell.
Falafel Inc.
Yeah. You know Falafel Inc., the restaurant? Their Murrell made news.
They made new menus? They're mural. Okay, sorry, this is not a very straightforward thing to understand right away. Like, that would be the first thing that oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I did. When did this happen? Has a Palestinian holding up a peace sign? Oh, yeah. It looks a little more like a V than... No, when Palestinian holds this up, yeah, it can't mean... No way it can mean peace, right? This is a weapon. This is basically a weapon. Palestinian fingers are basically weapons. They're very sharp. And so this is for sure. I'm threatening myself right now. Yeah, it's honest, I feel threatened. Oh, do you want to come up? Do you want to come over here, or do you want? We're going to do a little live stream in Gaza right now. We have Nurse Lana here. So. Hi.
He's in his tent right now. He's in the hospital.
Oh, here, do you want to just explain really quickly to the crowd who they are?
So this is Dr. Adnan, and he's in Nasser Hospital right now, which is being bombarded, like nearby. And then that's Iyad, who's actually an engineer.
Oh, engineer. Hi.
So he's always in the hospital fixing
Sure,
stuff that
yeah.
they break.
I'm good. I'm good. Say hi to everybody here. We love you. On behalf of everybody here, we love you. You are our heroes. And yeah.
Appreciate everything you do for Palestine and for Gaza.
Thank you so much. Check it on. Check it on. I love you guys. I love you guys. Thank you so much. And he did the peace sign. He did the peace sign. He did the peace sign. That's it. Thank you so much, my brothers. We love you guys. I hope to see you very soon, inshallah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. God, he made the peace sign at me. He made the peace sign at me. Is that a threat? You okay back there? Did you fall or something? You hit the old chair? There was an old chair and there was a new chair? Chai, come out here. Chai, come out here. Come bring back Chai. Come on. Chai likes to come on stage at the end of the show. I think he just made that noise to be like, hey.
I'm a bad bitch in that kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, hello? Like notice me. What's up? Are these my kids? No, I thrifted this shirt, and it's clearly like a Father's Day present.
This is why you're not ready to be a father. You thrifted a Father's Day shirt for yourself.
Why don't we
With
blame
nice-
the father that gave it to Goodwill? Like that's
Oh.
that's whose fault it is. I'm the father that stepped up, honestly. Yeah. Come on. Come on.
How did you guys meet?
Bumble.
The truth is out. The truth is out
Bumble
now.
BFF.
Any other questions for us?
My full name is Chai Tanya, but I'm saving Tanya in case I want to transition.
What? Why
I'm
can't
actually like really good at comedy.
why can't you do that joke when you're on stage? Chai.
Because PBS is here. I don't want to, like, you know. Like,
It's too late. They recorded the whole thing.
made for families like you, not yours, but families like you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please put me in the article still. I want to show my mom.
Chai's mom calls him like 3 times a day on the tour.
God forbid someone's mother loves them. You know?
Yeah, my mom texts me like once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, because shit, your mom knows you're a comedian. My mom thinks I'm at work right now.
Sean, where are you? There he is.
We can hold this together.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. We started touring together, the 3 of us, what, like maybe last year sometime?
You know, I met Sammy in 2018. He did my college when I was still a university student. He made no money. He was 5 years removed from his like last TV appearance, and then
He's like, nobody saw anything in this guy but me. That's where this is headed. That's where this is headed.
You're like, Sammy was 5 years from his last TV appearance. He gets no bitches.
and then he met me. Boom, Netflix. Come on, yeah.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Chai, you just walked 3 people. You just walked 3 people.
Hey, hold on.
They're like, I just paid for 1 comedian.
But if they're really brown, they would be like, buy 1, get 2 free. Then that would be, yeah.
Come on.
Am I invited to the Arab cookout?
Sean's almost Muslim now.
That's right.
We got him. Word.
Inshallah.
Thank you guys so much. All right. Please nobody complain about this after the show.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet.
This is a product that is in its early development stages, and it's going to be given out for free. So this is not a paid advertisement. This is my own buddies making cool shit for us because I needed it, and then I realized that we all need it, and we're just going to give it out because we need everyone to be able to have access to these files. And I cannot tell you how many people I have had text me being like, hey, dude, how are you getting into these files? Because I can't, like, I don't have time to open 20,000 files and read them for myself. Like, what the hell? It's like they're intentionally putting them out in the most idiotic and opaque way possible, specifically so that we cannot access them. Because the way that they're getting put out is as a Google Drive download, and it doesn't even come this organized. It actually comes in a Google Drive download that's so big that it gets packaged into multiple zip downloads that actually overlap in weird ways, and it gets downloaded all broken up, and then you actually have to rearrange the files to even get them in order in the first place as files. And then when you go into the files, it's literally just thousands of JPEGs with no context, no labeling, nothing at all. A bunch of them are the exact same thing, and it's just a whole bunch of files. And when you open them up, this is just like a page of a book. Ravages of Denial, Chapter 3. It has nothing to do with the emails. It's just someone linked it in an email, and now in here there's like literally thousands of pages of a book that you don't even need. You wouldn't even realize that. And you would just spend a bunch of time reading thousands of pages of this book for no freaking reason. Okay? No one has time for this. These aren't emails. Where are the emails? These aren't emails. Where the hell are the emails? But don't worry. Dumb Broad on Twitter read it all multiple times, okay? It's also got, you know, court documents that we've already seen. Confidential. Oh, that was helpful. So glad they put that in there. A redacted version of the black books and contact books that we've already got. Man, isn't that helpful? So, as you can see, this is insane. And that's only, you know, the first two folders. There's a bunch of them. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And it's literally like 23,000 files, okay? So that's not very helpful. So how do we access them? Well, web is how we access them. And there's this fun string game where you connect the dots and the string, and you get all Pepe Silva, and you can just play with it forever. And oh gosh, it's fun. But we'll leave that. We'll leave that where it is for now. And it's just a little landing page that you can go check out for yourself, the web.io. It's not live yet. It's not ready yet. We literally just like finished the first version that I can play with today, and I'll show you what that looks like. But the goal is here, and we're going to work towards that goal, and it will be out for free that you guys can download and use. It is an AI-based tool that you will have to plug in your own API from right now Google Gemini, and there's a couple other options. We'll explain that later. You have to plug in your own API tool so that you can use it, and if you have, you know, your own misgivings about using AI, I get it. Might not be the exact tool for you, but part of the point is that you're not uploading your files, you're not uploading your documents and interacting with them online on a web tool. You're actually downloading this to your computer, and you can just use this tool as a self-contained tool on your computer that doesn't require you. So if you have like some secret cache of documents, your documents aren't getting uploaded to like Google, for example. Obviously, like AIs do have some privacy concerns, and you should think for yourself on that. But ultimately, these are like public document dumps. And so this is a public tool for you to use however you want. And if you want to use it, you can use it. And you can look through this really sick-ass website that my homie put together for it if you want. And when it goes live, we'll let you know. But let me just show you a little bit about how it works. Where are you, web? Where are you? Okay. Here's web. So the thing about AI is that you can't trust it, okay? I'm moving it over a little bit so that you guys can see this part. You can't trust AI. You need to be able to get to the sources. So it's not just that we need to have a tool that can analyze all these documents and tell you what's in them. It's that you need to have a tool that can analyze all these documents and you can talk to about it and learn what's in them, but then it needs to cite sources that you can click and open, okay? And so, for example, earlier I asked it, who is Ariane de Rothschild? point blank. I have all of the image files uploaded into here, and I just ask it, who's Arianda Rothschild? And it builds a little dossier, okay? She's a person. She's very important. There's a whole bunch of context in these documents. She gets mentioned this many times, which is kind of an at least in case it missed anyone. And it tells you what she's talking about with Epstein, and it cites sources. And then you can go and click on that source, and it will open what it is. And this is in the emails, and it's from a magazine article it would look like. And there's another source. Oh, and that's one of the emails right there, right? Wasn't there a science person that worked with Consuelo that you thought interesting? Okay. Ooh, the Vanity Fair piece. I know what that's referring to. And it has turned all of this imagery into text that is now searchable, that I can search in here, but you can also use web to search. And it has cited tons of sources, and you can talk to it. You can ask, let's ask it a question. Let's ask, what businesses was Ehud Barak interested in? And we'll see if it works. Sick. Okay. Dude, we were so stoked when we got this to finally start spitting out answers today. I cannot even describe it. What businesses were Ehud Barak in? Okay, here's what I can tell you about Ehud Barak's business interests based on the provided documents. He's a person, he's a politician, he's a military leader. He's mentioned at least 299 times. He's a prominent figure in Israeli politics, serving as prime minister, source for that. Defense minister, source. Foreign minister, source. The sources aren't perfect yet. I'm not sure how much I would like. This might not be exactly what I'm hoping it is. Oh, actually, it is kind of. It's a piece from a big old document that's actually talking about the history of Israeli politics. Interesting. And Perez, it's probably from a book. I don't know why it's in the files, but it's in the files. Cool. His military experience shaped his approach to politics and policy. Source, relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Barak had communication with Jeffrey Epstein. Source. Cool, sick, right? Like, you get the idea, right? It's going to be freaking cool, especially once we fine-tune it. But why stop there when you could build a canvas just like an Obsidian file, but you could use that analytical process to dump this analysis from the Jeffrey Epstein file leaks that were inaccessible 10 minutes ago. And then you can now make boards that right now it's not perfect. We can't draw lines yet. There's a lot of functions we still have to get right here. But now I can ask questions. Who is Arianda Rothschild? It can answer and cite sources and pop out sources right here and stuff like that. You can drop screenshots in, and you can literally just screenshot off the internet. Find a good article about what you're researching, drop it in here. Actually, let me do that right now. Let me grab this is one of the sources about the sketchy French painting company, and I just grab a little screenshot and I drop it onto the canvas right there, and I'll drag it up. And then when I do that, yeah, that's what it's called. It's called OCRing. OCRing is how you get AI to analyze the image for text, okay? And you just click the OCR button, and it takes a second, and then it's processed and it's saved into the memory of your project. So now when you ask it questions, it can also refer to everything that you just put into your Blackboard in the project. Do you see where this goes? Do you see what this could be and do, dog? Yeah, exactly. There's so much you can do with this. And then you can link things together. You can ask it more questions. You can chat about this specific source, right? So I don't know if this feature actually is working yet. I don't think it is. There's this cool stats feature my homie built in where you can ask it about statistics from within the files, and it'll pop out all these cool freaking numbers and stats, but it's not really exactly keyed in yet, but you see where it's going, right? So we're going to game on this for a while and get it really tight in the next week or so. We're getting really distracted by it because it's so much fun, but I just wanted to show it to you. Some of the fun stuff we found on web today. So what I spent my whole morning doing is on web. I've been thinking about how there's whole sections of the Epstein files that are like a whole book or a giant news article, or someone shared a pre-publication of something, and it's there's 700 screenshots in a row that's just some giant codice on mathematics or some shit that we don't need to know about. and it gets in the way, and it confuses the AI scraping, and it makes it so that it'll like source stuff from this book that is not actually the Epstein files, which is super annoying. And so I just thought I'd ask it. Hey Webb, are there any books or long articles in these documents? Meaning, can you identify large blocks of files that all seem to go together? How many are there? Give me one sentence summary of each and identify which files are included in each one. So sort of like give me the group so that I can go into my own files and pull them out and find them and either throw them away or not. And I probably won't throw many away because, you know, you don't want to destroy your evidence. I could always re-download it, but, you know. But let me pull up my file over here. I found one that's super interesting that I actually sent around to a few homies today. We'll do this while Claude works. Claude's over here working. On the other screen. Ooh, Claude's done. Cool, we'll come back to Claude in just a second. But yeah, Michael Wolff is this journalist that's like best friends with Epstein. And he seems to be writing fluff pieces about Epstein throughout. And he's in really close contact with Epstein. And he seems like an asshole. He is of the tribe, and I can't help but notice that that seems pretty coincidental when you read the way he writes about his boy Epstein, and you read what he was up to behind the scenes, scheming about Trump with Epstein, trying to do mean things. And then, one of the first big documents I pulled out of here that seems to be all one thing is an unpublished, never before published, manuscript for a profile on Jeffrey Epstein that he was working on, like a long news article about Jeffrey Epstein. And I found a few of the pages and I grabbed some of the text and I was just like, hey, Claude, can you decipher what this is based on the context within it really quick? Claude comes back and is like, it seems to be this some sort of unpublished article. I'm like, cool, and I like went manually through the files and found where it seemed like it started and where it seemed like it ended, copied them all out, threw them all in. It was like, yeah, this is an unpublished manuscript by Tom Wolfe. That makes sense. As far as we can tell, that's what it is, allegedly. It's pretty clear, though, because it's this whole story of, like, him visiting with him in all these meetings. There's all sorts of stuff in it that's never before been revealed, and it's all right there. It's just right there. It is documents number 022844, right there, through, just in order, 845, 846, 847, etc., over to document number 022862. And it's super interesting how he fluffs up Epstein, and you kind of, it really gets you in the head of these like esteemed professional scientific types of folks, mathematicians and stuff, that were enamored by Epstein's lifestyle and by like his mind and how he thought and how he lived, because Michael Wolff clearly enamors him in the same way. And so it gets you inside the head of these people and how they think. And if you just read the words at face value, it's like, oh, I get it. This isn't even a problem. He's just misunderstood. He's actually really cool, which is obviously retarded. But it helps you understand them and, you know thy enemy, right? It helps you understand how all these billionaires and millionaires excuse what's clearly happening in front of their eyes, excuse their own terrible actions as part of some greater identity that is just superior to yours. They just understand the world more than you, and they're serious people and you're not, right? That's how they think. And the whole article is a really interesting look into that. And so I've got it all put together into one Word document that I'm going to print out. And I haven't actually read the whole thing yet. I've just read some summaries of it and kind of popped into specific places, because I don't want to read a 19-page document on a screen. I already do a lot of reading on screens. I didn't have time for that today. So I'm going to print it out and read it on paper, get out the highlighter, old school style. Bitcoin and Epstein, I was actually looking into Epstein's relationship with Bitcoin today. And bro was talking to Steve Bannon about it. Let's go look. Where did I put it? I think I put it by Bannon. I gave Bannon a whole new section for it. So, Steve Bannon, face to the name. Shame. Shame on you, Steve. Shame. He had a lot of emails with Epstein, very close relationship. And this is in his last years. This is in like 2017 and 18, even 19. So, in House Oversight document 026258, 026258, first message on the page, Jeffrey is emailing Steve Bannon on February 24th of 2018. And he says, coin issues, receive coins, distribute coins, pay in coins, coin cooperative, prohibitions, foreign donor, question mark. I need to understand the flow of funds. Donor to campaign contributions. Does it have to go to campaign first? Does it have to go there at all? Etc. And this is in response to Steve Bannon sending him a Politico article about Susan Rice, lawyer, Obama administration, classified intelligence, Michael Flynn, Trump. So it seems like Bannon had emailed him an article, but they had been in the middle of another conversation, or they had then talked in person and their brains had gone off in a different direction here. This is at 8:13 minus 500. I'm not really sure what these. It's hard to link up the timelines because I don't know where Epstein is at the time. I think minus 0500 means it's relativity to Zulu time, like we were talking about. But Steve Bannon is just displayed as 7:48 p.m. or a.m. So I don't know what that means as far as time. But they're chatting, and they chat a lot. And Epstein's emailing Steve about all these ideas about coins. And I'm pretty sure there's another screenshot that'll show us. No, that's as far down as it goes. And then Bannon sends back on it. I guess we can infer based upon the timing here. February 24th. It's all happening on February 24th. Sorry, I'm off the screen. So at 7:48 Bannon time is this message. And then at 8:14, same day, Bannon time. So just less than like a half an hour later, Steve Bannon's already replying to this message. So this is a quick exchange. On it. That's all he says. He's on it. These are the questions that Epstein has about crypto coins. Steve Bannon says on it. Jeffrey comes back to him. Same day. Do you have coin guys? Brock people? Brock Pierce. Hey, we're finally going to get to talk about Brock Pierce. Or should we find some of the lefty crypto guys? Or should we find some of the lefty crypto guys might find it difficult to join, but they say bringing tech to discourse is on a higher plane. Bannon writes back, I think I have the most solid guy on the right, tied into the Swiss guys, named Jeffrey Wernick, going through due diligence now. I've known him a while as I've studied this. He can walk you through the deal. So Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein are discussing a crypto-based deal in 2018, probably for millions and millions and millions of dollars of value. Who knows what they needed their crypto value for, what they needed crypto coins for, but that is not a good look, Steve. Based upon the questions that Jeffrey's asking, coin issues, receive coins, distribute coins, pay in coins, coin cooperative, prohibitions, foreign donor, question mark, donating as a foreigner. I need to understand flow of funds, donor to campaign contributions. Does it have to go to campaign first? So he seems to be asking about some sort of donor-advised fund, maybe, which we know he was interested in. But maybe he's also interested in other use cases of crypto. I'm sure none of it is good. But that's interesting. Why are you talking about that, Steve? What are you doing? But then here's another thread of a different thread of emails that sprung off the same email. So he must have replied multiple times to the same email, right? Because here Bannon, Jeffrey emails Bannon with that same list of fucking, nonsense that he has. Bannon says on it. And then Jeffrey emails him back with a different email off the same one. He says, should it have a Christian component? Tithe? If you form a church, you may be able to tell Mueller you have a confession privilege. Smiley face. Oh, it's so funny. Funny jokes. Funny jokes about scamming the church with your crypto coins, Jeffrey Epstein. Gosh, you're so funny.
That would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet.
This is Webb.
Conspiracy theories are entering.
So I've got a confession to make. I've been using AI to do research. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, how are you going to trust it? It's going to lie to you. It's going to hallucinate. You're going to get dumb. That's cheating. And I get it. That's how I felt for a long time too. But I'd be willing to bet that by the end of this episode, you'll agree with me that AI is a way more effective way to do research than using search engines.
We were waiting for a decision from a federal judge on ultimately whether or not to break up Google.
So in case you didn't know, Google basically owns the internet now. Google Chrome is the most popular browser in the world right now. Chromium, the open source version of Google Chrome that Chrome is based on, is also widely used by other browsers. The only real contenders against Google's total monopoly of the browser world is Apple Safari and Mozilla Firefox. Conspiracy theories are entering a dangerous
Information is the oxygen of the democracy.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet.
This is Claude. Well, actually, this is Claude Code, which is more like the Batman of Claude. And it's currently analyzing a whole cache of leaked emails from Ehud Barak. So maybe we better let it work for a minute and go meet Bruce Wayne. And we'll come back to it in just a second. Now this is Claude. Now the old way to learn about this would be to open Google and to ask Google a few questions about what the hell is happening with Venezuela. Obviously, you don't want to just ask what is happening in Venezuela because you're going to get all kinds of just headlines, mainstream news. Trump's move against Venezuela might not go to plan. Venezuela mobilized its militia after U.S. says it's deploying military forces to waters around Latin America. You could type in Venezuela news update. See what AP has to say. Well, that's not the latest. January 10th, Venezuela's latest. Maduro sworn in for third term as global backlash and sanctions mount. That's not right. Nicolas Maduro drug trafficking. New York Times, 2 days ago. Is Venezuela flooding the U.S. with drugs? Here's what to know. By Genevieve Glatsky. The United States has deployed several Navy ships and thousands of troops near Venezuelan waters. President Trump said Tuesday that U.S. forces had killed 11 people in a strike on a boat in the southern Caribbean that he said was transporting drugs from Venezuela. So I'm working on an episode all about this escalation in Venezuela, what it might mean, what it might look like, why it might be really happening. And we're going to examine the mainstream narrative, the drug trafficking narrative, all of that, but we're also going to examine the oil. Because certainly the CIA wouldn't be overthrowing another nation because of oil, right?
Just 2 hours ago, Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait.
Oil is energy. And its discovery in the late 1800s kicked off a new era in global warfare.
terror attacks, cruel war against Kuwait,
mass destruction.
Saddam Hussein, Hamas,
Violent extremism.
All the way back to the earliest days of the CIA, when they overthrew the government of Iran to wrest control over the Persian oil, to the Middle Eastern wars of today. Everything in the world runs on energy, and energy runs on oil. Okay, so let's get back to Batman. Let's go back to Claude Code and see how we've done. So, in the background, Claude Code, which we'll explain in a second, has been doing a whole different task. It's been analyzing all of Ehud Barak's leaked emails and writing a report all about them. Ehud Barak is the former Prime Minister of Israel, the former head of Israeli Special Forces, and probably Jeffrey Epstein's handler. So there's probably a lot of juicy, spicy stuff in these email leaks that cover about 11 months of time. They came in 2 different folders, each for a different email address. And inside of each folder is just an insane amount of files. And in each file, there's just an insane number of emails. And there's also folders with attachments and images, folders with other things associated, and it's all nested in very complex file structures, and they all have overlapping names. How will we ever analyze all of this information? If I wanted to look through them all, I would have to open them all one by one and read each one. And some of it I can't even read because it's in Hebrew. That's never going to work. So how are we going to analyze them? So what we did is we tried to plug it all into AI and said, hey Claude, could you take all of these emails and analyze them all at once for me? But the problem is that AIs have limitations right now, which is a good thing, because if they didn't have limitations, we'd be in trouble. But most of the AIs can't handle quite enough. But Claude has a secret weapon. Claude Code has the ability to write code to access your files on your computer and to interface with them and to run scripts and programs. And so I called up my buddy, and my buddy, who knows what he's doing, taught me a little bit about how to use Claude Code. And what we did is we analyzed all of the files using Claude Code to write a program that would analyze them all and then rewrite them all into a new file using a JSON format, which is much more condensed. Put in all the data we didn't want, got rid of all the data we didn't want. So we have the email bodies, we have the headers, we have the to and from, the time, all those things. It's a lot of useless stuff in there. And it's one file, like, Claude Code, and analyze that file on its own. And so all that happened in the background while we were doing other tasks. And then once our assistant Claude was done compiling all that information, analyzing it and writing reports, it's written a number of reports and it's exposed a number of things. I wanted to analyze all the times that Ehud Barak corresponded with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know how many emails there were, what they talked about, translate any Hebrew text, and let's just see what they're talking about. So let's put it in chronological order so that we can trace that correspondence over time. And here's our report. A couple of summaries of what they were doing. Clinton Foundation connections, they were monitoring political networks. This is a directory of all of the emails that Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak exchanged, all of them in chronological order with the date, with the text of the body. And another question I had was, how many people is he corresponding with in Hebrew? Because for me, I can't even read Hebrew, obviously. How am I going to ever access that? But Claude speaks Hebrew. So I had Claude analyze the entire email cache, pick out all of the emails that contained Hebrew text, translate all the Hebrew text, put them in chronological order with clickable links, and let's see what they're saying. This report we just generated this morning, I don't actually know what it says yet, so we're going to learn about this together. And lastly, the report that has yielded the most so far was just asking Claude to analyze who are all the most important people that Ehud Barak was communicating with, and who did he communicate with the most? And Peter Thiel comes up at the top of the list. No surprise there. Only directly mentioned in 2 emails, but they're very significant emails, and it's a very significant connection, and a lot of reporting has been coming out lately about this connection. And this Reason article is a very good one. inside Jeffrey Epstein's spy industry connections. In February 2016, however, Epstein pitched Reporty to Valar Ventures, a fund co-founded by Thiel and two close partners. And I got to wondering, co-founded by Thiel, who were the co-founders? Well, Epstein wasn't a co-founder of Valar Ventures, right? Because we know that he invested with them, with two of their funds. But who are these mentioned co-founders? And so I got into asking more specific questions about Valar Ventures. And it turns out that Jeffrey Epstein is not one of the co-founders. But we did discover something else very significant about Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship that I don't know if anyone's talking about yet. If you don't know who Peter Thiel is, I need to give you some context. Peter Thiel might be the most dangerous man in America today. He's a tech billionaire, and he got his start by raising a cool $1 million from his friends and family and getting into venture capital in 1996. His first big break was PayPal. You may have heard of the PayPal Mafia, people like Elon Musk, David Sachs, Reid Hoffman, Peter Thiel. Thiel founded his most infamous company, Palantir, in 2003. Today, Palantir is laying the groundwork for the digital mass surveillance state that's slowly being rolled out across the United States, with the ultimate goal of predicting crime before it happens, pre-crime. It's been their dream for a long time. Palantir started as a digital mass surveillance platform for the battlefield. Its technology has been tested and honed by the IDF on the Palestinians in the West Bank, as well as in American combat theaters across the Middle East. And at this point, a lot of the details of how Palantir's programs work are actually shrouded in top-secret classifications that come with its numerous Pentagon and intelligence agency contracts. But Peter Thiel is way spookier than just Palantir. Let's go back to February 4th, 2004. DARPA closes down its secret program called LifeLog, which was an early attempt to use the internet to keep files on American citizens. And that very same day, just by coincidence, Mark Zuckerberg launches the Facebook. In August of that year, just 6 months later, Peter Thiel became Facebook's first outside investor, deploying $500,000 for more than a 10% stake in the company. And remember, this was the 9/11 era. Digital mass surveillance was something that regular Americans could hardly even conceive of yet. But it was all the rage in Silicon Valley. And perhaps no one made that mission more personal than Peter Thiel. Then, fast forward to 2011, and Peter Thiel gives a speech at Yale Law School. And in the audience is a young J.D. Vance, although at the time his name was James David Hamill, but that's a whole different story. J.D. was so inspired by Peter Thiel's story that, just like Thiel, he dropped out of law school and went to Silicon Valley to work in tech, where Peter Thiel proceeded to get him his first job, and then funded his first firm, and then funded his first political race, and then arranged a face-to-face meeting with Donald Trump that ultimately secured him his Senate victory. Then, Peter Thiel, David Sachs, and all their friends recommended him for vice president. And then they proceeded to fund the campaign all the way to the White House. It's a long story, and there's a lot of coincidences. And then, there's also that one time that Thiel's side-piece male stripper boyfriend wound up mysteriously dead. But let's not get distracted by any crazy conspiracy theories, eh? So anyways, Peter Thiel's pretty important, and he's pretty spooky. And I just thought that you should know that. Now, back to what we just discovered about Jeffrey Epstein investing with Peter Thiel and Valar Ventures in 2015 and 2016. Epstein's investment details. Jeffrey Epstein invested $40 million into two funds managed by Valar Ventures between 2015 and 2016. This investment is now valued at nearly $170 million. And that has been reported relatively extensively, and we've seen the reporting on that already. Epstein's secret investment with GOP mastermind nets estate $130 million. And all of the reporting about it is focusing on how much money it's worth today. But no one seems to be asking, how much money was it when it was invested? Because obviously it was $40 million. But how big was that compared to the size of Valar Ventures at the time? Was that a little bit of money, a medium bit of money, or was that a lot of money? And when you start to dig into it, you realize that it was a lot of money for Valar Ventures at the time of that investment. So we don't know Valar Ventures' total assets under management at any given time. It's not publicly disclosed. But it represented a very significant portion of Valar's assets at the time. According to Wikipedia, not great. Both Zero and TransferWise were investments out of Valar's $100 million first fund, which was a series of special purpose vehicles, including $32 million New Zealand Pacific Fund. Okay, so that suggests that Epstein's $40 million investment represented roughly 40% of Valar's first fund, but that's very surface level, and I don't trust it yet. So let's dig deeper. And this is where we got a little deeper. TechCrunch, a much higher quality source. Valar closed its debut fund on $32 million in 2014. And this is where it gets juicy. Peter Thiel founded Valar Ventures, raised a $300 million fund, half the size of its last one. New York-based firm has successfully raised a $300 million Valar Fund 9, according to a May 17th SEC filing. While that's a decently sized fund, it is less than half of the predecessor, which closed $665 million in July of 2022. So these days, Valar is pretty big. But how big was Valar back then? So, Valar closed its debut fund on $32 million in 2014, and has since set its sights on larger pools of capital. Valar 4, the firm's largest fund yet, brought in $133.4 million in 2018. So if Valar Fund number 1 only had $32 million in 2014, and then Valar 4 brought in $133 million in 2018, Jeffrey Epstein invested $40 million in between there. And he invested it in 2 different funds. So had he been investing in Valar Fund number 1, $40 million was more than the entire worth of Valar's first fund. And Valar 4 wasn't started until 2018. So the only options are Valar 2 and Valar 3. And how much was in those funds? Well, I plugged this logic into Claude. Does this make sense to you, Claude? Explain any flaws in my reasoning. Because the way I'm looking at it, if Valar 1 was 32 million and Valar 4 was 133 million, it would make sense that each fund would grow over time. And Valar 2 would not probably be bigger than Valar 4, because as they develop their reputation and their business acumen and everyone trusts them more people will invest with them. So each fund should be getting bigger over time if they're doing their job right. And so it's probably true that Valar 2 and 3, which Jeffrey Epstein invested in, probably was not bigger than 133 million, but probably was not smaller than 32 million. And Claude agreed that that logic made sense, explained why, and then we started digging even deeper, because now we're on to something. And here is a really interesting source. This source is a difficult one to trust. It's hard to understand. Private fund data, just some random website. That being said, there are a lot of websites like this that are legitimate and are used by business people to do this kind of stuff. And they do clearly have fund ID, fund manager, registered location. They're clearly scraping this data from somewhere. And it says Valar Global Fund 3 LP is a venture capital fund operated by Valar Ventures LLC and has approximately $22 million in assets. 22 million. So Valar Fund 3 had only $22 million in it? Now we know fund number 1, 32 million. We know fund number 3, allegedly 22 million, and fund number 4 was bigger and after the Jeffrey Epstein window, right? Now we have questions, because if fund 1 was closed before Jeffrey Epstein came along, and fund 2 we don't know about, and fund 3 was worth $22 million in 2017, which is the end of the Epstein window, but it still includes him, then $40 million from Epstein into 2 funds, and one of those funds is only worth $22 million. So Jeffrey Epstein funded Peter Thiel's entire Valar Ventures from 2015 to 2017. more or less? Claude says, in VC, venture capital, fund sizes generally follow performance and market conditions. The pattern here suggests Valar was operating with relatively modest fund sizes in the early years, only breaking into the 100 million plus range with Fund 4. Confidence level is high, 75 to 85%, that Fund 2 was under $100 million, making Epstein's $40 million investment potentially 40 to 60% of that fund, a very significant portion. Your reasoning demonstrates good analytical thinking. You're using the available data points to triangulate a reasonable range, which is exactly the right approach when dealing with incomplete information. So, what Claude is assessing, based upon those numbers, those stats, that reporting, Claude's estimating that 40 to 67% of total fund assets, which is an exceptionally large commitment from a single investor, was coming from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel's Valar Ventures in 2015 and 2016. That is just 10 years ago. That is very recent history. That's actually kind of around the time when J.D. Vance was being inspired by Peter Thiel over the speech that he gave at Yale. I'd be curious to look that up, actually. When did J.D. Vance first see Peter Thiel speak at Yale? Wow. J.D. Vance first saw Peter Thiel speak at Yale Law School in 2011. So the J.D. Vance Peter Thiel relationship overlaps directly with the Peter Thiel Jeffrey Epstein relationship. Well, isn't that interesting? And the thing that's so significant about this, to the story we're actually telling right now, is that that discovery happened on accident. That discovery was a tangential side quest. And in the past, these side quests would involve days of research. In order to dig up those sources and to triangulate the dates and time frames, I would have been looking at a whole morning of research probably, of just busy work, of Googling things and checking sources and clicking on different things and just reading a lot of text and information and trying to take notes and keep it all in order. And often those side quests get left behind because they're not productive. And even if they were productive, they're taking too much time out of my day. But because it's as quick as just, hey, work on this in the background while I'm doing something else, you start to be able to go down those side quests much more efficiently and effectively, and you wind up discovering things you never realized you could discover. And then you also have way more analytical power to assess those little question marks that you see along the way and to get to the bottom of what might be a big story. None of that would have happened if I had just been using Google instead of AI. Because I'm not that smart, to be honest. Maybe someone much smarter than me would have noticed it. Maybe someone smarter than me would have put those pieces together. But as far as I'm aware, no one has put those pieces together yet. I haven't seen any reporting on it. Have you seen any reporting on it? Because I haven't seen any reporting on it. So, thanks, Claude. So, when people have this conversation about AI being a controlled information space and AI being able to censor information and all these things, there's this huge missing piece of the puzzle. And its name is Google.
Does their behavior enhance or inhibit competition?
They're in the media business, they're in the advertising business, they're in the messaging business.
A federal judge has found that tech giant Google broke antitrust laws, acting illegally to maintain a monopoly in online search. Google currently controls roughly 90% of the world's internet searches. Today's ruling could upend how Americans get their information online and fundamentally change the way that big tech companies operate.
Question is, every time you go to Google, can you trust the company isn't influencing what pops up on your screen? It's the one answer you may not get from Google.
As consumers need choice, that's really the bottom line.
So, the Google founders. This article is a really important piece of the story, because this article tells the story of how Google was not some tech geniuses that founded a startup in their garage, just like all the other tech companies. Google was founded from intelligence agency grants with the explicit intention of digital mass surveillance. And it tells this story in quite a bit of detail about how in the mid-1990s the intelligence community of America began to realize that they had an opportunity. The supercomputing revolution was bringing everybody online, and everybody was filling up the internet with data, with a record of everything that they were looking at and reading and saying and thinking. And the CIA immediately saw the opportunity here. They began funding grants through DARPA and other agencies to develop technologies that would surveil this system. The Massive Digital Data Systems Project, the MDDS, was introduced to several dozen leading computer scientists at Stanford, Caltech, MIT, etc. And it largely was not kept secret. It was largely unclassified science agencies like NSF, because they wanted the architecture to be scaled up in the private sector. Then in 1995, 2 grants for a computer science research team at Stanford University, funded by DARPA and NSF grant money, was part of a coordinated effort to build a massive digital library using the internet as its backbones. Both grants funded research by 2 graduate students who were making rapid advances in web page ranking as well as tracking. Future Google co-founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page. The research by Brin and Page under these grants became the heart of Google. People using search functions to find precisely what they wanted inside a very large data set. The intelligence community, however, saw a slightly different benefit in their research. Could the network be organized so efficiently that individual users could be uniquely identified and tracked? They didn't even realize what their goal was going to be when they started. So Google, the monopoly in the search market, the monopoly in the web browsing market, was founded from CIA and NSA grant money, CIA and NSA funded research, by 2 people that were directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein, and they are intelligence community contractors. They contract with the agencies to do all sorts of things, from cloud computing, data systems, to surveillance work, and granting informational requests that we do and do not know about. Google is very much a controlled information space. I mean, have you already forgotten what it was like to Google search health advice during COVID? Right? The narrative is already controlled. And this is the control. Is already controlled. And this is the control.
Not bad, huh? Not bad. But we've been locked in this library for days, editing and filming and researching, and I think we gotta go touch some grass. What's up, Jeej? How's it going outside? What do you think? You find something under there? Let's go, Jeej. I do have some closing thoughts on AI and on Google and on the whole thing, but AI has lots of potential benefits. It has lots of potential downsides. Don't get me wrong. I am of the belief that it is probably going to end human civilization at some point in the next 100 years. I don't think we're going to escape that. And I don't think that you using AI to help get more informed has any effect on that outcome. You're not going to make the world end. You're not going to be mind controlled. Just don't be a dumbass. The main thing is, how do you use AI? Do you use it to replace your brain functions, or Do you use it to enhance your brain functions? Do you use it to find sources? Do you use it to replace the busy work that you don't need to do so you can think more creatively, more frequently? It's all about how you use it. That's what tools do. This has been a really rough week. This is the week that Charlie Kirk got shot. And obviously not everyone agreed with Charlie Kirk's ideas, but it was a really stark reminder that it's a heavy world and that talking about politics and intelligence agencies, organized crime groups and pedophile trafficking rings, all of these things, we're all interfacing with a really dark side to a really corrupted world. And it's important to get outside and just touch some grass sometimes. Get your feet in the grass, get the sun on your skin, get out in some water, do a cold plunge, take good care of yourself, your soul, your heart. And I want to point out too, one last thing I want to point out here at the end is that video jumped around a lot, right? Like we covered a lot of topics, but ultimately it actually stayed pretty on topic to what really matters going forwards with AI. Because what rules the world? Money, energy, information, right? Everything else falls down into those categories. Everything else feeds those power structures. Control the energy, control the money, control the information, you control the world, right? And AI plays in all of those battlefields. Energy dominance is going to be essential for having the biggest AIs. AIs eat energy. They require massive data centers. And so who controls the oil, who controls the free energy maybe, who controls the energy systems going forwards, controls the super brain, right? That super brain controls the money. Obviously AI is going to be how you make the money. AI is going to be what controls the markets. AI already controls the markets, right? And then information. Need I say more? And so information might be the one place where we can actually make a real difference, where a regular American, regular person anywhere in the world can learn information, share information, spread information, question information. And AI is an invaluable tool for doing that. And this video is all about me urging you to wisely learn to use AI to enhance your ability to learn and share information. Bagheera! Oh, there she comes. Look at her run. Look at her run. Look at her run. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Whee. Hey, we have a swim dog. Okay, Jeej, whatever. You're going to swim today. And so if we're fighting an information war and there's a weapon on the table that you could learn to use, don't be afraid to pick it up and start training, right? Metaphorically speaking. We're talking about AI here. Because you dang well better believe the enemies of freedom, the enemies of humanity,
The Melania team, they actually have asked 3 different outlets that we know of to retract any sort of statement that Melania was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. This is according to NBC News. NBC News says the Melania Trump's team has aggressively knocked down Epstein-related falsehoods. Goes on to say here that most recently the First Lady on Monday, this was written in September. So most recently, the First Lady on Monday posted an updated apology and retraction from the Daily Beast on her X account, which was later amplified by the White House and its allies. The Daily Beast retracted a story headlined, "Melania Trump, very involved in Epstein's scandal," author, based on an interview with Michael Wolff, who claimed that Epstein was involved in introducing her to Trump. So... actually, I'm not sure if Andrew Lowney says that Melania was introduced to Trump by Epstein. Michael Wolff says that. Andrew Lowney says that they were lovers, but he might have also said that Trump was introduced to Melania through Epstein. Unclear on that. Also, it goes on to say, in recent weeks, the First Lady's team has also sought retractions and apologies from high-profile Democrats who have mentioned Epstein and Melania Trump on podcasts, including from Hunter Biden, former President Joe Biden's son. Last month, the First Lady's personal attorney, Alejandro Brito, Brito sent a letter to Hunter Biden and his lawyer demanding a retraction and apology for comments he made in a recent interview suggesting that Epstein had introduced the First Lady to Trump. The letter said the First Lady would otherwise seek more than $1 billion in damages. Also went after Andrew Lowney and HarperCollins, saying that they wanted them to remove pages from the book that we just talked about, entitled House of York. And HarperCollins did, in fact, do that. A spokesperson said that we can confirm that several passages from entitled The Rise and Fall of the House of York by Andrew Lowney have been removed in consultation with the author. But Andrew Lowney is saying, yeah, they made me remove it, but I'm still saying it because he says it's true. So if it is true, then, there's, I don't know, clearly there must be some, surely you can't keep something like this totally quiet, right? I mean, if Melania Trump was lovers to Epstein, people would have known about that. It's not like they would have just hidden completely. I mean, there was, Andrew Lowney was saying that he was sharing a photograph of her standing with Epstein and Prince Andrew. And so when was that photograph taken? Was it before she knew Trump? Was it after she knew Trump? So these are questions that should be verifiable. But nonetheless, what's interesting is that the White House, that the Trumps are going out of their way to try to silence people who make the claim that they know that she was with Epstein and that Epstein introduced her to Trump or whatever the claims might be. They're going out of their way to cover that up and to silence that. And if it's not true, why even, why bother with it if it's not true at all? I mean, plenty of things are said about both of them because they're high-profile people. This is why it's also really difficult they won't win a defamation case or slander or libel because they're just too high-profile, that people are allowed legally to talk about them and to speculate things. That is just, that's the way it is. So they can't go around silencing people who say, well, maybe Melania was involved with Epstein. I mean, they could try, but it doesn't go anywhere. It would be, it's a frivolous lawsuit. She would just get hit with anti-SLAPP laws in most states. I could be wrong on that. But anyway, so there's a possibility, that there's rumors out there that Melania Trump is somehow embroiled in the Epstein scandal to some level. But, was she his lover? That doesn't mean she was involved in any scandal. Those questions would be, was she underage? Was she involved at all in the ring? Was she a perpetrator? Was she a victim? I mean, these are all questions that have yet to be discovered, which we won't discover because they're slapping people with billion-dollar lawsuits. Let's hope I don't get one. Okay. Let's move on to another cover-up going on in Washington. Stacey Plaskett, she is the Democratic representative for the Virgin Islands. She doesn't get to vote. It's just a representative in Congress. She can be on committees, she can speak, she can do all these things. But for the territories of the United States, they receive representatives in Congress. They just don't get voting. They're not voting members of Congress. It's one of those things. Of course, they should be allowed representation. The people of the Virgin Islands, people of Puerto Rico, all of these areas, Guam, they should have voting representation, but they don't. They do have representation, just not voting representation. That being said, so that's who this is. So Stacey Plaskett is embroiled in a scandal where in 2019, there was an oversight committee hearing, and she was caught now texting Jeffrey Epstein during the hearing about the hearing itself. So this is the Marjorie Taylor Greene puts out what the scandal was, and she says yesterday, after 5 ridiculous months of fighting the White House and Speaker to get Congress to finally vote to release the Epstein files, so this just happened last week, a deal was made to stop the censure of Stacey Plaskett, a Democrat delegate from the territory of U.S. Virgin Islands, which would have also kicked her off the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence that oversees U.S. intelligence activities for texting with Epstein during an oversight committee hearing in 2019. Plaskett texted with Epstein as he advised her questions during the Michael Cohen hearing, knowing his convictions and record of rape and trafficking girls and women. This was the reason for last night's censure resolution vote. What was the deal that was made? 3 Republicans crossed the aisle and voted with Democrats to stop the Plaskett censure resolution in a swap so that Democrats would not bring up the Corey Mills censure resolution for alleged physical assaults and threatening to release pornography on an ex-girlfriend and ethics violations and questionable military record. So they did a deal. What Democrats did in order to prevent the censure of Stacey Plaskett for texting Jeffrey Epstein, for Jeffrey Epstein essentially coaching her during a committee hearing about Michael Cohen, they did a dirty deal. They did a backroom dirty deal. Our members of Congress that are supposed to represent the American people, they instead said, look, the Democrats went to the Republicans and said, all right, how about this? We'll do a deal. You don't censure Stacey Plaskett over Epstein, and we won't censure Corey Mills over the allegations against him. How about we do a little dirty deal and swap? And, you know, Congress is notorious for this. They do this stuff. They've been doing this stuff for a long time. They paid out millions of dollars in hush money, taxpayer money they used for hush money for years and years and years to pay off people that came forward saying that there was sexual misconduct by members of Congress. And our tax dollars had to pay for that. With the Me Too movement, it was exposed. And now they force members of Congress to pay out of their own pocket. Yeah, as they should. I mean, if you sexually harass somebody and charges or allegations are brought up against you, then you should be the one paying the price, not the taxpayers. But Congress, which has a history of covering up for any wrongdoing because they're completely corrupt, they were actually covering up everything. And they were trying to cover this up as well. They tried to cover up Stacey Plaskett and her misconduct regarding Jeffrey Epstein. They didn't want to bring that up. She says, well, he was a constituent of mine. In fact, let's see what she has to say about this. This is what she says.
And I got a text from Jeffrey Epstein, who at the time was my constituent, who was not public knowledge at that time that he was under federal investigation, and
liar,
who was sharing information with me. Now, I heard recently.
So it wasn't public in 2019 that he was a sexual predator. Oh, it wasn't? Pretty sure it was, in fact. Pretty sure he'd already been convicted and he had served his minimal amounts of time because he got that sweetheart deal. We already all knew about that, Stacey. In fact, Naomi Wolf, she actually mentions this. She says, this is Dr. Naomi Wolf. She says, this is just a lie upon lie. Jeffrey Epstein socialized in exclusive political media and art circles in New York City from 2010 to 2019 at events run by then publicist Peggy Siegel and her A&B invitation list. I was present at a number of those events, and everyone knew Epstein was a convicted sex offender and that he had offended against minors. It was common knowledge, openly discussed. Stacey Plaskett is simply lying. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think you needed to run around those circles to have that openly discussed. It had been discussed prior to that point. People have been talking about Epstein for years. 2019 was the year he died. We'd been talking about Epstein way prior to the time that he was that he suicided himself supposedly in prison. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, goes on to say that you, the American people, should be outraged by this against both parties. And you should be asking many questions. For example, why does Plaskett, who is a non-voting delegate from a U.S. territory, serve on the House Intelligence Committee, Ways and Means, and Budget Committee? That's true. Why is she serving on these committees, all of these committees? She says those are very powerful, influential committees, and she can't even vote on the House floor. And Corey Mills serves on the House Armed Services Committee, Foreign Affairs, and subcommittees on intelligence. So why did both sides work together to stop Plaskett and Mills' censure resolutions last night in order to protect both Plaskett and Mills? Members of Congress like me never ever receive such protection and never will. Instead of working to pass legislation that supports policies you voted for, passing our appropriation bills, and solving real crisis issues like health care, Congress is trapped in the quicksand of the swamp with no intention of getting out. Yeah, it's true. It is a swamp and nobody's draining it. What did Corey Mills do? So they did this backroom deal between Plaskett and Corey Mills. The allegations against Republican Corey Mills from Florida, it's a personal misconduct, abuse of office, campaign financial misuse of funds, and it has triggered a formal House Ethics Committee investigation. A former girlfriend has accused Corey Mills of threatening to release explicit photos and videos of her, leading a judge to issue a protective order limiting his contact with her. Reporting in a censure resolution also referenced a prior domestic violence investigation, plus claims of military colleagues that he exaggerated or misrepresented events connected to his Bronze Star recommendation, so like stolen valor type of allegations, all of which Mills denies and which have not resulted in criminal charges. So they did a swap to essentially cover up Corey Mills' misconduct with Stacey Plaskett's misconduct. Now, Congress has a long history of quietly settling sexual misconduct and harassment claims by using taxpayer-funded payments. What we know is that for decades, staff complaints went through the Office of Compliance, which is now the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights, which often required confidentiality agreements and resolved cases via mediated settlements. So from 1997 to 2017, this office paid over $17 million across 264 settlements for all types of workplace complaints, with a portion involving sexual harassment or sex discrimination. But the official data did not identify which members or offices were involved. They were shielded, completely protected. Congress protecting its own, like it does Washington, just in general, protecting its own. From the Trump administration and the White House retweeting accusations about, retweeting retractions of accusations against the First Lady. That shouldn't be done by the White House. Keep that private. That's a private matter. But nonetheless, you've got Washington running interference. So they cover up. They constantly cover up. Another cover-up that we might be seeing is that December 17th and December 18th, Bill and Hillary Clinton, respectively, are to testify to the House committee about their ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Will that day arrive? Will it happen? Will they show up and testify? That is the big question. Right now, the thinking is they won't, that they will defy Congress, that they will not show up, that they will instead do something like a written statement, and that'll be it. They don't want to be on camera, marched into Congress to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, even though it's not televised, it's behind closed doors, we'll never know what's really said. Nonetheless, they don't want the optics of it. So likely they're going to write up a little note, and the Democrats who've been screaming about, let's release the Epstein files and let's actually talk about the Epstein files, they're likely just going to cover for the Clintons, just like Republicans are covering for Trump. They're all just covering for each other. That's what we get every time. And they use our taxpayer dollars, by the way, to do it. Because when the White House actually retweets something about Melania and her personal life with Jeffrey Epstein, that actually is taxpayer dollars are higher. Whoever's running, well, I guess, then again, who is running the White House social media? Is it Israel? Because they were running the Department of Homeland Security Twitter account, so maybe they're running the White House account too. Is our taxpayer dollars going to that? Probably. Actually, we're probably outsourcing a foreign country that's controlling our government, and we're paying them to control the social media of the government that they control. I mean, it's, you can't make this stuff up. So, but that's still tax dollars. It's our tax dollars that are going to those social media accounts that are being run. And now we're running cover for the Epstein scandal. And now we're running cover again in Congress. Our elected officials are running cover for the Epstein scandal with Stacey Plaskett. They don't want to ask deeper questions about Stacey. They should. We should all know what the hell. Why was she receiving private text messages from Jeffrey Epstein during a committee hearing? Getting coached by him on what to say and what to ask? I mean, did she have him on speakerphone so he could listen to the whole hearing, or maybe it was public and he was watching it? But nonetheless, I mean, this is what Washington does. It is the swamp. It is so swampy. It has become it's become obviously, I think it's probably the same amount of swamp it's always been. We just never really got to see it. Now social media has really made it obvious. But there's been no draining of this swamp. There's only been adding to the swamp and swimming with the swamp and just continuing to be swamp creatures. And that is what the Trump administration has been. That is what all members of Congress, every last one of them, they're all swamp creatures. Now, I shouldn't say every last one of them. There are a couple of good ones in there, but that's it. But, this is the bottom line is, are we ever going to get really any information about the Epstein files? No. It's all a show because Washington continues to cover up for Jeffrey Epstein and anybody who was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson Show, which you can catch Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern at KimIversonShow.com. It is free for you to watch. Again, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, KimIversonShow.com. See you there. Sorry, we're having a few connection issues, but it's okay. Your book, Redfield's Warning, What I Learned But Couldn't Tell You Might Save Your Life. In the book, you say that there could be another pandemic, and it'll be worse because the government didn't learn anything. What do you think are the biggest things? Well, first of all, do you think this is going to happen again?
Yeah, I'm going to move so I get a better connectivity, if you don't mind.
Sure.
But I think two things. I think I'm very worried about bird flu. And I'm very worried that we haven't learned the lessons that we need to learn from the last pandemic. I call the COVID pandemic a minor pandemic. I call the bird flu pandemic the great pandemic. And I'm very worried about it. It has to learn how to go human to human, which it hasn't figured out yet. And when it does learn how to go human to human, I think we'll have a catastrophic pandemic. I'm concerned that that will happen as a consequence, again, of gain-of-function research in science, not necessarily spillover and evolution. The second thing I'm worried about that happened during the last pandemic is there's been a total loss of public trust in our public health agencies. And it's very hard to have a public health response to anything if you don't have public trust.
Right.
And so the book really has two things. One, to try to make people aware that biosecurity is a major national security threat and that we have the potential to prepare more effectively for the next pandemic. You probably saw that earlier this week or last week we had a death of bird flu in the state of Washington through a virus called H5N5. It's different than the H5N1 that's going through our chickens and turkeys right now. But I am worried about it. I don't think we're prepared, and I don't think we've learned our lesson from the last pandemic to get more prepared. And then the second thing I'm worried about is that we have to rebuild public trust.
What would you say we need to do to be prepared?
So I look at it as developing a response proportional to the threat. I see that the biological products like bird flu, biosecurity is a huge threat. I think it's actually a threat, greater than, China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. And I think, we have a huge Defense Department that we've built over the years to defend against those traditional threats. I think we need to have a proportional response to this threat. So I'd like to see us invest and build a network of contractors, private sector contractors that are working on antiviral drug development, that are working on vaccine development, that are working on diagnostics, that are working on countermeasures, that are working on the medical supplies that we would like to need if we had another major respiratory pandemic. Remember when the COVID pandemic happened, Vice President went up to Ford, up to Michigan and Ford, and asked Ford to shut down one of their auto lines so they converted over to making ventilators because we didn't have ventilators. So my view is we need to get really prepared, develop a network of smart private sector contractors like we have in the defense industry to build airplanes and ships and weapons. We need the same thing, but in this case, build antiviral drugs, vaccines, diagnostics, biomedical countermeasures. We really ought to be ahead of the curve and have all of that prepared for the time when the bird flu pandemic happens. I don't think it's a question of if, I just think it's a question of when. And I'm concerned about bird flu because it's not like COVID, which has maybe 0.5% mortality. The overall mortality in humans when it has infected man, we've had close to 1,000 cases in Southeast Asia over the last decade. That mortality rate's 40–50%. These are bad viruses. So I think we need to get prepared. And the other thing I think we need to do is be more aggressive about not creating these viruses ourselves. I think it's a mistake for us to continue gain-of-function research.
Yeah. My only concern about what you've just mentioned is that none of those things worked with this pandemic. I mean, the antivirals, the vaccine, I don't know how effective, masking.
Well, that's why you have to work to...
Why do pregnant couples have gender reveal parties when they don't know what gender their kid is going to claim? Just saying. Why don't they just wait a few birthdays? And let the kid tell them. And then they could still have the party and be right about that shit. Like, what if you're wrong? And you don't burn down half of California. With the wrong color smoke, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if you're wrong and now you got all this footage of this party for your child that you could never show your child? And you gotta tell everybody who was at the party, don't you ever mention this fucking party to our goddamn child. You hear me, Grandma? And you know, kids, they tech savvy. One time, they're gonna find the footage sooner or later. Mom, Dad, get in here. What the fuck is this? That smoke ain't me. Can't believe you wasted all this money on this party when I need that money for my operation. To be who I really wanna be. All I'm saying is, if you're a dad and you always wanted a son and the smoke is pink, don't give up. shit could still go in your favor, you know what I'm saying?
Ian Edwards, everybody!
I watch a lot of TV, and let me just say this. If you have seen the Michael Jackson documentary on HBO, and you still listen to his music, you are a piece of shit. Straight trash. Now, I, on the other hand, have not seen the documentary. You know what I'm saying? So I can listen to his music guilt-free. Y'all f***ed up. I found a loophole. Michael Jackson for life, baby. Yeah. I even canceled my HBO subscription just so I don't stumble across that shit on accident. Sorry, y'all. I was raised on Michael Jackson, and I heard he ruined those kids' childhood. I ain't gonna watch that shit, having ruined mine. The vicious cycle ends here. Also watch Handmaid's Tale. Any Handmaid's Tale fans in the house? It's definitely a white woman show. It's based on a book written in 1984, a fictional story set in a dystopian future where a totalitarian government enslaves all America. And then we have our hero. Her name is June Osborne. She rescues 75 people and then stays behind. Then she escapes, comes back, and rescues 25 people. Then I was talking to the homie, and I was like, wait a minute. This is the Harriet Tubman story. It's like the producers moved slavery to the future and then made white women the heroes of this shit. Which is fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Because black people, we didn't want slavery, but now you can't steal it from us. And then charge us money to watch it on Hulu. Now we gotta pay for this shit twice. Now you can't even make the Harriet Tubman story, because everybody's gonna be like, hey man, that's Handmaid's Tale. Can't believe these black people are culturally appropriating from us. This is our shit. This is fucked up. I got a real dilemma though. I got a homie who's a black albino. Yeah. And he says the N-word a lot. And my question is, how do I know this dude is really black? Like I know he's albino, but I gotta take his word for it about whatever race he tells me he is. And every time he says that shit, I'll be looking at his blonde hair and freckles, and I'll be thinking, should he be saying this shit? Then one day, he was like, I'm gonna invite my sister to one of your shows. I was like, bet. Because I know, as soon as I see his sister, I'll know exactly what race he is. She shows up, this chick, albino too. And she says the N-word more than he does. Now, as a black man, I got to get to the bottom of this shit. Because there's no free niggas on my watch. So I start dating her, right? What? Because if it goes well, I get to meet their parents. And once I see them, I'll know what's up. So we get married Friday. My real girlfriend's pissed I'm marrying an albino. I'm like, boo, I'm doing this for us. This is a matter of black national security. You know what? You keep tripping like that, you ain't invited to the wedding no more. I don't mind traveling. The only thing I don't like about traveling, the only thing I don't like about anything is getting ripped off. And that's traveling is one place where they really rip you off, you know what I'm saying? The other day I bought a plane ticket, and after I bought the ticket, the computer was like, would you like to purchase a seat? I was like, what the fuck did I just buy? The seats don't come with the tickets no more? I gotta spend $30 extra just to sit? Like, what if I don't purchase a seat? Do I have to stand up on the plane? Am I the only one here that didn't purchase a seat? Am I amongst a bunch of loyal seat purchasers? Airlines ain't shit, man. They charge us for luggage. Luggage. From the beginning of time when man traveled, they've always taken their shit with them. Airlines act like this some new shit. They see you coming with your bag. This motherfucker brought a bag. Where you going with that, sir? This is a plane, asshole. It's like, who's traveling without luggage? What am I, a terrorist? If you ain't got no luggage, they should charge you extra. You know what I'm saying? Because that means you up to some shit. If you got luggage, you're good. Who's blowing up their own clothes? Why are they charging good people more and terrorists less? Fuck it, give me the terrorist rate. I'll blow some shit up to fly cheaper. Now I gotta pay for my bag, but a service animal can get on the flight for free. Which one belongs on the plane more? The dog or the bag? It's a room full of mostly white people and nobody responded. So I'm assuming you wanted to say dog, you know, because nobody yelled out bag, which would have... I ain't even mad at y'all. That's why I tell them, this is my service animal bag. This is my emotional support luggage. You know what I'm saying? Because I get anxious when I land in another country. I don't have any clothes to put on. This shit calms me the fuck down. You ever land somewhere and they lose your luggage? What's a dog gonna do then? Can't put that motherfucker on. Hey, come on, Fluffy. I guess I'm gonna have to wear you to the club tonight. Hope they let me in with these Chihuahua shorts. Some restaurants ain't shit. Let me just put this out there. If you run a restaurant that closes at 10, just close that shit at 9. Because when I get there at 9, you're gonna act like I showed up at 10. And I'm out of my mind for trying to order some food. You ever get to a restaurant 1 hour before they close? That shit is closed. They serving you food right out the trash. Oh, you here 1 hour before we close, huh? You right on time for the fresh trash. We threw this shit in here because we didn't think anybody was stupid enough to not know that 10 means 9, motherfucker. You ever get to a restaurant 1 hour before they close? They treat you like an employee. What do you mean clean out my locker? I don't work here. I've been treated better by racist cops than by the employees of a restaurant that got 1 hour left to close. They were putting chairs on my table in the middle of the meal. Like, we standing outside, this is a food truck. They blew out the candle on my table. I'm like, you just lit this bitch. What the fuck is... You want me gone so bad you mopping the parking lot floor, fam? There should be a sign on the menu of any restaurant that closes at 10 that says any meal served after 9 will be served with a side of disrespect. Also want to give a special fuck you to the restaurants that say they close at 11. And then when you get there and you try to order, they're like, I'm sorry, the kitchen closed at 10:30. So then the restaurant is closed at 10:30, motherfucker. This is just a digestion area right now. You don't need to be open for that. Hotels ain't shit. Won't let you check in till 3. 3. Whole day's gone. I landed at 10 a.m. Now I'm homeless. In the same city, I got a hotel room in. I'm fucking homeless. Now I'm standing outside the hotel with all my bags, and people are walking by, putting money in my Starbucks cup. And the lady that won't let me check in is like, sir, you can't panhandle in front of our hotel. And let me in, motherfucker. It's a good thing I got my emotional support luggage. What is this random, inconvenient 3 p.m. check-in time? Like, what is that shit? You're a major hotel chain in a major city. You know flights land in the morning. You ever ask them for early check-in? They're like, sorry, sir, we're cleaning all the rooms. Really? That's weird. Because when I'm asleep at 6 a.m., some maid buses in. It starts cleaning around me. Where that bitch at now? She only starts working after I checked in? Is that what's going on? You ever ask them for late checkout? They're like, we can give it to you, but you gotta pay. Pay? You owe me 5 hours from yesterday. Roll that shit over, motherfucker. Why'd you stop me from panhandling if you knew you was gonna ask me for more money? What type of fucked up thing is this? This is how long I've been doing comedy. When I started doing comedy, you used to be able to check in at 11. Then they moved it up to 12, and now it's 3 and 4. Soon you won't be able to check in the day you booked a room for. Sorry, sir, but you gotta come back tomorrow. Yeah, we know you booked it for today. But come back tomorrow. And make sure you buy a bed. Am I the only one here that didn't purchase a bed? Thank you for making me feel comfortable in a onesie. Anybody got a plane that needs fixing? I got you after this shit. I'm questioning this whole outfit myself. You can't look at me worse than I've looked at me. Travel a lot for shows. The other day I get to TSA, and that's when I realized I lost my ID. Yeah. Now, TSA, they assholes when you got your ID. So now I'm that guy that's holding up the line. You know what I'm saying? Normally I'm the guy that's back in line, making the guy that's holding up the line feel like shit. Normally I'm back there like, hey, what the fuck is going on out there? Why we ain't moving? What? He forgot his ID. Who the fuck comes to the airport with no ID, fam? Hey, you leaving? Tell everybody out there there's an asshole in here with no ID. So now I gotta convince the TSA agent that I'm me, you know? And it's working a little bit, because she's like, I want to let you through, but how do I know you're not trying to escape from something? And I said, if I was, it wouldn't be to Wisconsin. She's like, good point. I'm gonna let you go through. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna go, but how the hell do I get back? I still ain't got no ID. She's like, don't worry about it. On the way back, there's a procedure. They're gonna ask you a bunch of questions. You'll be all right. So I go, I do the show. Show goes well, but not well enough for me to want to stay there. Now I gotta get back, you know what I'm saying? The day before the flight, I'm nervous as shit. I get to the airport so early, that shit is closed. Did you even know that the airport closes? That's how I found out. I found out while I was helping them open the fucking airport. I was like, 1, 2, on 3, let's go. I was there all day helping people with their luggage. Come on, lady, I got you. I know where everything is at right now. I did a shift at the Starbucks and shit. I was helping them land planes. I had this on too, so it worked. I was trying to build a rapport with everyone at the airport. So if I got stuck at TSA, they like, hey, that's Ian. He's mad cool. He does everything around here. So I get to the TSA lady. I tell her the deal. She starts looking at me sideways like an albino that just said the N-word. She's like, fill out this form. So I write my name and my address on the form. She's like, I'm gonna make a phone call. She calls this dude, tells him the information on the form, then she hands me the phone. Now he starts asking me questions. And he's like, what's your birthday? So I tell him my birthday, and apparently that's the right answer. Because we move on to the next question.
Roads. First things first, you will have to create your own company. To do so, come to the City Hall and talk to a lady in front of the building. Click on Create Company button, enter a name you like, and click OK. Now we can open company menu by pressing O button. From there, we can go ahead and create our first truck route. For now, let's create a short and simple route to supply the supermarket with rice, so we can have some of this town effect bonus going. First, click on the rice farm to add it as a pickup point. Then click on the supermarket to make it a destination for drop-off. All the stops and their order can be seen in the list on the left. Now just give it a name to keep things nice and clear, and we can save the route. you can create much more complex routes with many stops, but about it later. With our route ready, we can go and take a look at our company garage, which is completely empty at the moment. To address this, let's add a modest Dabo to our fleet. It is not much, but it will get the job done. Just click the big plus button and select the vehicle you want to add. Now that the Dabo is in our fleet, we can assign a route to it by opening vehicle menu. When the route is successfully assigned, it will be visible in the vehicle status. Now all what's left is to roll it out and let it work. Let's spawn our truck at the parking lot. To give controls to the AI driver, all you have to do is to exit the vehicle, and the game will ask you if you want to hand over the control. Click OK, and AI driver will appear in the vehicle and instantly go on its way. Let's come along for a ride. Drive. Will go to the farm and pick up rice pallets there. Then it will head to the supermarket and drop them off.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Today we are going to make a short tutorial on how to create your own company, how to put artificial intelligence drivers to do the entire job for you so you can have a passive income while not messing around with a lot of things. And then you can go ahead and focus on things like this, you know, purchasing yourself a nice bike and driving around, or a nice car and tuning it all the way up to the maximum you can so you can go for drifting, racing. You know, this game has so many things you can go ahead and do, so why spend the entire time just driving cargo or driving garbage or anything else you're doing in the game. Now, the first thing you have to do is open your map and go ahead and find the nearest city hall. I'm literally outside of it, so it's right over there. Now what you're gonna go ahead and do is you're gonna go all the way and talk to this lady. You come near the lady and you press X, and here you can create your own company. I have already done that, so you can go ahead and create your own company, give it the name that you desire to have. And after you finish with this, you're gonna go ahead and have the option to press O to open the company menu. Now here you can find yourself vehicles, the bus routes, and the truck route. Now, first thing you have to do, of course, is go ahead and purchase a vehicle. And because I want to add one more to my fleet, I will go ahead and do that with you. So open your map. Now today we are only going to mess with the trucks. We're not going to deal with the buses at all. So if we want to go ahead and purchase a truck,
It's the answer told by lines that stretched around schools and churches in numbers this nation has never seen, by people who waited 3 hours and 4 hours, many for the first time in their lives, because they believed that this time must be different, that their voices could be that difference. It's the answer spoken by young and old, rich and poor, Democrat and Republican, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, gay, straight, disabled and not disabled, Americans who sent a message to the world that we have never been just a collection of individuals or a collection of red states and blue states. We are and always will be the United States of America. It's the answer that led those who've been told for so long by so many to be cynical and fearful and doubtful about what we can achieve, to put their hands on the arc of history and bend it once more toward the hope of a better day. It's been a long time coming, but tonight, because of what we did on this day, in this election, at this defining moment, change has come to America.
November 4th, 2008. A night etched into history, a sea of faces, tears of joy, shouts of triumph. For many, Barack Obama's election as the first black president of the United States symbolized the impossible becoming reality. But not everyone celebrated. Not everyone was swept away by the euphoria. In the world of the Boondocks, a different voice rose, one skeptical, wary, even angry, a voice that demanded we look deeper. The Boondocks, created by Aaron Magruder, has never shied away from uncomfortable truth. Known for its sharp satire, the show captures the tension between black pride and black disillusionment, especially in moments of supposed triumph. In Season 3, Episode 1, titled It's a Black President, Huey Freeman, Magruder stages a mockumentary where a foreign film crew follows the Freeman family as they react to Obama's election. The entire episode unfolds through interview snippets, faux historical analysis, and absurdist comedy, a format that itself hints at a critical distance from the events being portrayed. While Granddad, Riley, and Jasmine exuberantly embrace Obama's victory, Huey stands apart cynical, unimpressed, and deeply skeptical. In one early scene, when asked what Obama's election means to him, Huey coldly replies, "Not a damn thing." This reaction immediately sets the tone. The Boondocks refuses to present Obama's victory as an uncomplicated narrative of progress. Instead, it demands that we interrogate the difference between symbolic milestones and structural change. Through this lens, the episode reflects a wider discomfort present even during the Obama years. Was this election a culmination of civil rights dreams, or merely a cosmetic shift in a system still deeply unequal?
Towards the end of the 2008 campaign, the Republican Party, terrified at their own sinking poll numbers, attempted to link Barack Obama to radical leftist figures to make him appear un-American. First was the controversial Reverend Jeremiah Wright.
I say motherfucker America, motherfucker America's mother, motherfucker America's daddy, America can eat a dick, America can lick the balls!
When that failed, Republicans tried linking Obama with 10-year-old domestic terrorist Huey Freeman, after discovering the two were MySpace friends.
Did they leave each other glitter comments? The public has a right to know.
Okay, this is a little boy who thinks that Jesus is black, Ronald Reagan is the devil, and the government is lying about 9/11. Kids like this need to be on America's shit list, not our friend list.
Obama did his best to downplay the relationship.
Look, I have many friends on MySpace. I pretty much add anybody. I don't know who this Huey Freeman is, but he doesn't stand for what I stand for. And I denounce, I repudiate, and condemn him. Basically, fuck him.
Critical race theory, A framework developed by legal scholars like Kimberlé Crenshaw and Derek Bell teaches us that racism is not merely an individual failing, but a system embedded in institutions, laws, and culture. From this perspective, Obama's election, while historic, doesn't inherently dismantle systemic racism. It represents what CRT scholars call interest convergence, progress allowed because it also serves broader societal interests without fundamentally challenging power structures. Critical race theory emphasizes that racism is embedded in laws, institutions, and culture, not just the actions of individuals. Scholars note that satirical media like the Boondocks can be read through a critical race theory lens. For example, Wesley French applies critical race theory to Boondocks, showing how Aaron McGruder uses encoding strategies to challenge dominant racial narratives. Key critical race theory ideas like the insidious colorblind racism of contemporary America are directly relevant. As Patricia Hill Collins observes, modern colorblind ideology claims not to see race yet manages to replicate racial hierarchy as effectively as the racial segregation of old. Similarly, Kiana Park shows that a triumphalist colorblind narrative, the idea that the civil rights movement ended racism, actually maintains inequality while celebrating symbolic progress. In the episode, Obama's historic election is treated as a symbolic victory, first black president. But critical race theory-informed analysis would ask, what substantive policy gains and reductions in systemic racism accompany that symbolism? And does the show suggest that entrenched inequalities in housing, education, criminal justice, etc. remain largely unchanged under a black president, a point underscored by quantitative studies showing mixed outcomes for black Americans in Obama's term? In short, critical race theory helps critique the gap between surface-level change and structural reality, a symbolism versus substance theme central to Boondocks.
See, this is the thing, Charles. Like, I think everything that you're saying has some truth to it. It's just the delivery. You standing, there's no denying that you're standing for and by your people.
Well, here's the thing. When you're addressing evil, you can't worry about the delivery. When you're looking at the conditions of our community, you can't worry about the evil when you got kids that kill kids and say we smoking on Tuka. See, they wasn't worried about the delivery when these kids in Chicago were talking about smoking on Tuka. They wasn't worried about the delivery. I ain't got no manners for no slut. I'm gonna put my thumb in her butt. The delivery? I like girls kissing girls where I'm from, and that's on the radio. Girls on girls, that's promoting lesbianism to my daughter as we driving to school. This song they playing with Drake. Y'all worried about the delivery? These niggas talking about killing each other. They really, that nigga Thug said, nigga, I shot at your mama. You don't mention me no more. He really shot that nigga mama. And y'all worried about my delivery? These niggas are confessing to murders on songs. And y'all worried about my delivery? The conditions of black sucking them, talking about booty hole. Y'all worried about my delivery? Come on, don't be hypocrites, black people. Y'all can't listen to this music if y'all so caught up in my delivery. Don't do me like that. And the way y'all snap and pop y'all pussy to this music, the way y'all kill and drill to this music, don't trip about my delivery. Hey, yo, Easy, why you wear your pants like that? I wear my pants like that because that's easy access, baby. Easy, why you talk like that? I talk like that to get my point across. Because when I wasn't talking like that, wearing a bow tie, y'all wasn't paying me no attention, and I was going to the Supreme Court changing laws and legislations in this country. I was working with over 50 U.S. congressional members, from Ted Cruz to Mark Rubio, Senator John Cornyn. I was on the front page of the American Bar Association Journal. I had done a study with News 21, Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. Y'all wasn't paying attention then. So, nigga, I gave y'all what y'all want. A ignorant motherfucking nigga that talk like them rappers. Now y'all listening. Now y'all paying attention, huh? I got y'all attention, checkmate. Now let me tell y'all what y'all need to hear. We fucked up as a race of people since y'all so caught up into my delivery. 5% of children now are catching HIV from ages 13 to 21. What y'all worried about? 85% of the new chlamydia, all the new cases of teenagers. What y'all so caught up about? Nigga, only 35% of most kids in inner cities can read on or above their grade level. What the fuck are y'all talking about and these kids can't read? Come on, my nigga. So we gonna be real, let's be real. I'm not bashing the black woman in her BBLs. I'm not bashing the black woman because she wearing eyelashes. I'm not fucking with the sister because she got too many baby daddies. I'm addressing men. Boys and men, from Deion Sanders and his son to black people following a cult-like man, but won't support local. How can black people give all this energy to one man and all these other black coaches from high school to college? Why is it just this one man? And we abandon hashtag HBCUs, just like we abandoned no justice, no peace for George Floyd. Are we still mad about George Floyd? Are we still mad about police shooting? Is that why we not kneeling no more? Are we still boycotting the NFL? What happened to all these things? What happened? Nigga, because I'm still stuck on Tamir Rice while y'all stuck on my delivery. I'm still mad why ain't now motherfucker tore up the country behind Tamir Rice. Baby Tamir Rice at that. Since we so in tune.
My brother. The first thing I notice about Huey is his incredibly large hair. The second thing I notice is his permanent scowl. How does it feel to be labeled a domestic terrorist?
I'm retired.
So then, now that it looks like Obama is going to win, as a black African-American Negro, are you merely excited? Or are you extremely excited that everything is going to change forever? I felt my sphincter clench and my scrotum contract in shock at his response.
I swear that boy just like to be miserable. He can't enjoy nothing. All he want to talk about is the Build-A-Bear, Group, Federal Reserve, and all that bullshit. I don't know where he get that from. He didn't get it from me. I believe in hope and change.
Nobody knows exactly how old Robert Freeman is. Not even Robert Freeman himself. But his age is estimated somewhere between 80 and 120 years old.
This is what me and my generation, but mostly me, struggled for, sacrificed for. You can say personally, individually, paved the way for. The dogs were after us, so I took off my belt and started whipping on the dogs. Then I started running. Then I looked behind me. Jesse Jackson was supposed to be there, but he had jumped into a dumpster hiding. That punk ass.
I find it difficult to determine whether Robert is a pathological liar or suffering the early stages of dementia. So, if the election is fake, then what's really going on?
The end of America.
I felt despair so terrible, I briefly considered slitting my own wrists or bludgeoning myself about the head with a steel pipe or baseball bat. But I brought no blade, no pipe, no bat. Describe Riley Freeman in one word.
I say real nigga.
Real nigga is 2 words.
I know it's 2 words, nigga. Real niggas don't follow instructions.
This is Robert Freeman's other grandson, Riley. He's empowered by the prospect of a black president, not in the way society would hope or expect.
If my nigga Obama gets up in there, I'm gonna act a fool. I ain't doing no more homework, nothing. We taking over. Come on, what's the cop gonna do to me? I'ma be like, don't make me call the president, bitch. And the cops, he gonna be like, oh, snap, Riley a real nigga. The president's a real nigga. We can't do nothing. I can't wait.
Way too many cars in my driveway. I got boats,
This is Otis Jenkins, but in the United States, he's better known by his rap moniker, Thugnificent, a combination of the words thug and magnificent. Otis has found success like many Negro American entertainers today by being a professional buffoon. Are you supporting Barack Obama?
For what?
For president?
President of what?
You don't know there's a black man running for president named Barack Obama?
His name is Barack? For real?
Barack Obama, yes.
Get the fuck out of here, Barack!
Yes, Barack.
Where's he from? Africa?
His dad was African, yes.
You can't be serious, man. There ain't no nigga running for president named Barack Obama. No fucking way, man. No fucking way. I don't believe you. Stop fucking with me.
If he wins, I think it will literally be the best day of my life.
Tom and Sarah Dubois are also neighbors of the Freemans. They both work on the Obama campaign.
Barack has already changed our lives in so many ways.
How?
Well, I mean, it's no secret that me and Tom have had some problems in the past with our relationship.
Well, it's not like the whole world knew.
But I think ever since we started working together for Barack,
Things are totally different now.
much better. And it's all thanks to Barack. He is such a wonderful, wonderful man. I just think it's about time we had a president who is smart and tall, and charming, and strong, and fit.
Just like your hubby?
This isn't about you, sweetie.
It is always obvious when a couple hasn't engaged in normal marital relations for some time. Obama, of course, is as polarizing as he is transformative. Some have accused Obama of being a socialist. Others believe that he's a Muslim. Some have gone as far as to label him the Antichrist.
He is the socialist Muslim Antichrist.
This is Uncle Ruckus. He's an Uncle Tom, perhaps the biggest Uncle Tom to have ever lived.
If this nigga gets elected, America is over. You want this nigga to shit in the same place William Taft sat and his big wife. She don't need to be in the White House. She should be in the WNBA shooting foul shots. You want my brick? You gonna have to pry it from my cold dead hand, Mr. Obama Hussein.
What is wrong with letting people be happy? Can too much hope possibly be a bad thing?
Hope is irrational.
In Bavaria we have a saying, der Junge ist ja total bedient. It means this is the most depressing fucking kid I've ever met in my life.
Afro-pessimism, as theorized by Frank Wilderson, Jared Sexton, and others, argues that anti-blackness is ontological and inescapable, treating blackness as a position of social death. Wilderson's work and its summaries stresses that emancipation is a myth, and that black people remain perpetually excluded from full human status. In this view, any political breakthrough, like a black president, cannot alter the fundamental condition of black life. Violence saturates black life, consigning blacks to a kind of permanent subjection. This framework sheds light on Huey Freeman's extreme cynicism in the episode. His disbelief and anger at the Obama celebration can be read as an Afro-pessimist critique he sees through the moment of apparent progress to what he believes is an unchanged reality. Scholars note that this worldview rejects any messianic hero figure. For instance, Afro-pessimists liken black leadership to a head of a zombie, an animated symbol controlled by forces beyond genuine black agency. Thus, Huey's skepticism about Obama's substance, despite the celebration, resonates with the Afro-pessimist insight that the black subject remains trapped in a racial structure, so that hopes in a singular leader are ultimately hollow. The episode's satire revolves around the idea of a post-racial America, signified by electing a black president. Critical scholarship on post-racialism warns that this narrative can be misleading. Media analysts note that calling Obama's victory a post-racial milestone gave birth to a colorblind ideology that actually reified race in public discourse. As Walter Green observes, Obama became post-racialism's subjective signifier, but rather than ending racial dialogue, the hype around post-race actually magnified it. In the documentary analysis, one could point out that the episode echoes this tension. The characters treat Obama's blackness as a simple symbol of progress, yet the satire undercuts the idea that the racial issues are resolved. Scholars like Gillespie similarly question whether Obama brought substantive gains or just symbolism. Gillespie's book Race in the Obama Administration shows that while some measures, graduation rates, hate crimes improved, others, home ownership, business loans, saw little change, and stubborn persistence of inequality remained. In a neutral analysis, one might cite this work to ask if the show reflects a broader doubt. Has the first black president been mostly a symbol, with the same old systemic barriers still in place? Theories of post-racialism remind us that claiming we've moved beyond race often masks ongoing racism, as when colorblind rhetoric promises equal opportunity, but in practice maintains old hierarchies. The episode also satirizes hero worship and the commodification of black pride. Boondocks is known for lampooning how black icons are celebrated or sold without deeper respect for their struggle. In the classic Return of the King, for example, Martin Luther King Jr. rails against those who celebrate him in name only.
Excuse me, brothers and sisters, please. If someone could just turn off.
King looked out on his people and saw they were in great need. So he did what all great leaders do. He told them the truth.
Will you ignorant niggas please shut the hell up?
He just said what I think he said.
Is this it? This is what I got all those ass whoopings for? I had a dream once. It was a dream that little black boys and little black girls would drink from the river of prosperity, freed from the thirst of oppression. But lo and behold, some 4 decades later, what have I found but a bunch of trifling, shiftless, good-for-nothing niggas? And I know some of you don't want to hear me say that word. It's the ugliest word in the English language, but that's what I see now, niggers. And you don't want to be a nigger, because niggers are living contradictions. Niggers are full of unfulfilled ambitions. Niggers wax and wane. Niggers love to complain. Niggers love to hear themselves talk but hate to explain. Niggers love being another man's judge and jury. Niggers procrastinate until it's time to worry. Niggers love to be late. Niggers hate to hurry. Black entertainment television is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Usher, Michael Jackson is not a genre of music. And now I'd like to talk about soul playing. I've seen what's around the corner. I've seen what's over the horizon. And I promise you, you niggas have nothing to celebrate. And no, I won't get there with you. I'm going to Canada.
The same critique applies to Obama here. The family idolizes the idea of a black president purchasing merch, chanting slogans, but the show asks if this is genuine pride or just groupthink. Critical theory speaks to this. Cornel West, for instance, warns against idolatry of political figures and insists on vigilant realism. And cultural scholars note that corporate America can commodify black leaders and black pride branding Obama's image, marketing black history as symbols, while profits flow without addressing inequality. The Boondocks episode, in its satirical documentary style, mirrors this idea. It literally shows a German film crew documenting the Freeman's reverence for Obama as if he were a pop icon. This reflects the concept that black identity can be turned into a spectacle. Academic analyses of Boondocks emphasize this layering, satire that exposes how media and culture industries package black politics. In short, frameworks on political symbolism and commodification would highlight how the episode critiques shallow celebrations of black pride that serve more as pop culture products than vehicles for change.
I sit down once again with Magnificent, who appears to have undergone a political awakening since our last conversation. So, you know who Obama is now?
Oh, no, I knew who the nigga was. I was just joking.
You were not joking. You jumped on the Obama celebrity bandwagon because it will give you much needed exposure.
No, see, it ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I started looking into his political positions, in his policies and views and whatnot.
What policies?
Well, you know, I heard the nigga speak, right? And he was talking about changing some shit, hoping for some shit. And I thought, yeah, I mean, you know, all niggas asking for is hope. You can sit on your ass all day and hope. If you're too lazy to hope, you's a lazy motherfucker. That's all I know. I'm voting for Obama because he's gonna lower my taxes.
Actually, he has promised to raise taxes at your income level.
Huh?
And he's just really, really fit to lead. And also body fit, too.
Well, I also support Obama because he's against corporate bailouts.
That is also not true.
I'm supporting Obama because he's black.
And he's gonna get the troops out of Afghanistan, right?
Also wrong.
Then what the fuck that nigga gonna do?
I mean, we all need to, you know, do some shit sometime. You know what I'm saying? Some shit needs to get done. And until we do that shit, shit ain't gonna change. So I thought to myself, let's do this shit. And that's when will.i.am called me about doing this damn song.
Magnificent joins will.i.am's all-star celebrity trip.
The scholars and theories suggest several lenses for the episode. Critical race theory and race scholars highlight how colorblind narratives around Obama can conceal persistent inequality. Afro-pessimism underscores Huey's distrust by positing that the black subject's outsider status never vanishes. Post-racial critiques, Walter Green, Gillespie, frame Obama as a symbolic signifier whose election both inspired hope and sparked new racial debates. And cultural critics on Boondocks or in satire stress that idolizing black leaders can be co-opted by mainstream culture, turning pride into a marketing narrative. Together, these sources would help a documentary-style analysis recognize that It's a Black President isn't just entertainment, it engages deep debates about substance versus symbolism, enduring racism, and the fine line between hopeful representation and cynical spectacle. In the episode, Grandad's uncritical joy mirrors what Patricia Hill Collins describes as colorblind celebration, the belief that racism has been solved through the mere existence of black success stories. Yet studies during and after Obama's presidency, like those analyzed by political scientist Andra Gillespie, show persistent racial gaps in wealth, education, housing, and criminal justice. Huey's cynicism reflects this deeper truth. His refusal to celebrate isn't rooted in pessimism for its own sake. It's an acknowledgement that symbolic victories can be used to obscure deeper, more entrenched forms of injustice. In his silent, brooding demeanor, Huey channels the critique that critical race theory lays bare. Without systemic reform, the elevation of a few black faces into positions of power doesn't equate to liberation for the many. But there is an even darker lens through which to view Huey's stance, one drawn from Afro-pessimist thought. Afro-pessimism, as theorized by scholars like Frank Wilderson III and Jared Sexton, suggests that anti-blackness is not merely social or economic, it is existential. It posits that blackness occupies a position of social death, permanently excluded from the full benefits of humanity. Through this framework, Obama's election is not seen as a rupture of anti-blackness, but merely a new iteration of it. Huey's despair is not about one president, it's about the impossibility of true emancipation within a structure fundamentally designed against black life. In one scene, when asked if Obama's election will change anything, Huey mutters, "Same hustle, different pimp." This stark line encapsulates the Afro-pessimist view that no amount of representation can erase the foundational anti-black structure of society. While many characters in the episode place their hopes in Obama's image, Huey, like an Afro-pessimist prophet, sees only continuity, a cycle of marginalization, now masked by the optics of progress.
It is finally election night. Robert Freeman is throwing a party.
Well, it's been a long black struggle, and I felt me and Brock deserved a party.
All around the room, I see black faces beaming with elation. It is as though each of them has been elected president. Almost each of them.
What's wrong with you? I thought you'd be dancing on your tail with the rest of the circus champs. Look, just as happy as a pig in shit. Can't they see? Can't they see what this nigga is gonna do to our great country? Looks like we the only two people with sense in this whole room. Just you and me. Just you and me.
Rucker, shut up and get back to work and grab some more champagne.
See? Niggas already getting up in it.
So I'm thinking that this is gonna be my new look.
Oh, that's a way to go.
I mean, I feel like it's more grown up, you know? Like, having tighter clothes is definitely gonna make people take me more seriously.
It's really gonna happen. It's all gonna be better now. It's all gonna be better. Right, honey?
Tom, I'm trying to watch this.
Yo. I heard the presidential limo's gonna be like a crazy pimped out Cadillac now, with rims and like machine guns and lasers.
Excuse me, I'd like to propose a toast. Now, I'd just like to say that today is a very special day for me. I hope you're all enjoying the cheese, wine, and freedom I have struggled so hard to provide tonight. And because of my pain and suffering, the black struggle is officially over. No longer can they keep us down. No longer can we be silent.
This is it. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
And now we have the returns from the West Coast coming in. Okay, and so yes, folks, we are calling it. Barack Hussein Obama will be the next president of the United States.
Why, Lord?
It is days before inauguration, and Obama mania is at a fever pitch. I return to Woodcrest to check on the Freemans.
I don't necessarily think of myself as a hero. And when people always ask me if I want a medal or a monument or a statue in my honor, I say no. All I want to do is be there in person on that glorious day when the first black president takes the oath. I just want to stand in the crowd, somewhere in the front, maybe in the VIP section, maybe next to Beyonce.
Are you aware that some people are paying as much as $50,000 for VIP inauguration tickets?
But I don't think you can put a price on decades of struggle.
Did you contribute any money at all to the Obama campaign?
I paid $10 for this t-shirt.
Did you get that from the campaign website?
No, I got it from the guy at the car wash. But it's still free advertising when I wear it outside. A lot of people see me in this shirt.
I mean, before we change the world, we gotta change ourselves first. I mean, this is the new, colorless, flavorless, and unscented era. Like, from now on, I'm calling all my niggas Obama. And all my bitches, I'm calling Michelle. I mean, think about it. If you was a bitch, right, would you rather be called a bitch or Michelle?
And what about bitches named Michelle?
Man, you make a joke. I'm trying to uplift my Obama.
Yes. Can you tell the president-elect it's civil rights legend Robert Freeman, F-R-E-E-M-A-N, who struggled to open the door for him to be president? You got all that? Right. So tell him I'm calling again about those tickets. Again.
Hey, man, I got that Obama water. Change the way you hydrate, brother. Yo, little man, hey, check it out. I got commemorative plates, 2 for $20. How many you need?
I'm cool.
Man, can you believe it? In a few days, we're gonna have a black president. Aren't you excited, little man?
Eh.
What's "and" supposed to mean?
Just means eh.
Yo, what the deal, man? What's going on
what's
here?
up, man? Yo, what's up? I asked this kid if he was excited about Obama, and he said, eh.
Eh? He said, eh?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? You're not excited?
Not excited?
Who ain't excited?
This little nigga right here.
Why ain't he excited?
So you don't like Obama. You want McCain to win.
I never said that.
Why ain't you like Barack Obama? He got a lovely family.
Not according to this little nigga.
He got a problem with a black president.
Boy, what's going on? What did I tell you about talking to anybody about anything?
I didn't say anything.
What's wrong with this kid? He must be
Hey,
crazy.
everybody, just
Make a hole, doggy. Just what the hell is going on here?
Ruckus?
Oh, no.
This little big-haired nigga hates Obama.
And I say, good for him. Leave this little boy alone. He telling the truth. Barack Obama is an evil man.
Hey, everybody, just calm down.
You heard us. You say, yes, we can. We say, no, you can't, nigga. Oh, hell no. Ow, I can't see. There's a police stampede. Pray for somebody.
Get in the car, quick.
Ride, go
The American press struggles to comprehend the incident. To them, Huey is like a calf that refuses its mother's udder, choosing instead to drink the bitter waters of its own making. Here is the danger of too much hope. Skeptics are treated like blasphemers, and indifference becomes equal to hate. Robert Freeman calls a press conference to do damage control.
Huey Freeman is not really my grandson. I refute, renounce, and rebuke him. I hope this incident in no way affects my request for VIP inaugural tickets and/or / the inaugural ball with Beyonce. Rosa Parks is no longer with us, but I consider myself to be the next best thing. In many ways, better.
Where is your wife?
She's in, D.C. There was a problem or something with the ticket, so we only had one, and I let her have it.
Are you afraid your wife will have lusty sex with Barack Obama?
What? No. No, that's impossible.
I didn't ask if it was possible, only if you were afraid. I can't help but notice you are like a less attractive, less wealthy, less powerful version of him. It is quite understandable for you to be concerned.
Celebrities, dignitaries, and civil rights legends are arriving in droves for the inauguration of Barack Obama. Anyone hoping to get tickets at this point, don't bother. The ship has sailed and you are not on it, because you are not important.
Hey, Granddad, this was at the door.
Office of the President-elect.
Mr. Freeman, please find enclosed 2 VIP tickets to the inauguration, as well as the inaugural ball with Beyonce, as a small token of gratitude for all the sacrifices you've made on behalf of me and this great country. I look forward to sharing this historic day with you. Sincerely, President-elect Barack Obama.
What's going on?
I'm going to the inauguration. You want to come?
Yeah, boy.
And just like that, virtually foaming at the mouth with unbridled excitement, Robert and Riley leave for the inauguration. You are looking at the final mission of a domestic terrorist, Operation Exodus. Convinced he has no place in Obama's America, Huey Freeman decides to leave the country for good. And he has an unlikely companion.
I was going to go to the inauguration and try to crown Obama with a brick. But who am I fooling? Mom just ain't what it used to be. Plus that greedy nigga is really fat. And knowing these liberal activist judges, they might actually try and put me in jail for it. No, I think it's time for me to leave this great country. Oh, I can't bear to see it run by an African, Muslim, communist antichrist. I just can't. It's just like when Nicole Brown Simpson married that nigga OJ back on February 2nd, 1985. Oh, I knew it was going to end badly. I told them all. But nobody wanted to listen to old Uncle Ruckus then neither. I want to go someplace I'll fit in, like Norway or Ireland.
What about the Ivory Coast?
Absolutely no Africa, no way. All them countries got nigger presidents, which defeats the whole purpose of leaving this country.
How do you feel being teamed up with your arch enemy?
First of all, we're not a team. Second of all, we're not a team. I've got gas money, he's got the license. We're just gonna drive to Canada and then go our separate ways.
The election of Barack Obama birthed a new myth, the myth of a post-racial America. The belief that America had moved beyond race gained widespread traction in 2008 and 2009. Politicians, media pundits, and even some community leaders heralded Obama's victory as proof that the old racial divides were finally closed. Yet as scholars like Lee Ann Wachter-Grain and Eduardo Bonilla Silva argue, post-racial discourse often serves to conceal racism rather than end it. Colorblind rhetoric, they warn, can paralyze critical engagement with real inequities. In the Boondocks, this dangerous myth is satirized mercilessly. Jasmine Dubois, the biracial optimist, sums it up when she says, "We're all one big family now." Her naive enthusiasm is portrayed as sweet but misguided, an emotional salve masking persistent divisions. By exposing the superficiality of post-racial celebration, the episode highlights an enduring tension, how symbolic victories are used to suppress conversations about ongoing racial injustice, making substantive change even harder to achieve. Another crucial theme of the episode is the commodification of black pride and the dangers of hero worship. Throughout the mockumentary, the Freeman family, along with their neighbors, consume Obama-themed merchandise shirts, mugs, banners, turning a historical moment into a shopping spree. In doing so, Magruder critiques how revolutionary symbols are often commercialized and emptied of radical content. Cornel West has warned against the Santa Clausification of black leaders, where figures like Martin Luther King Jr. are transformed into safe, sanitized icons. Obama in this portrayal risks the same fate, celebrated not for radical policy but for symbolic meaning, easily marketed and consumed. Huey's disdain for this phenomenon is palpable. He doesn't object to pride in Obama's election per se, he objects to the superficial, consumer-driven nature of that pride. As political scientist Adolph Reed Jr. observes, neoliberalism thrives on creating and selling symbolic victories while leaving systemic injustice intact. The Boondocks satirizes this with brutal precision, showing how political hope can be bought and sold like any other commodity. In this way, the episode warns us, a black president is not liberation if liberation becomes a brand.
You see, Bill, I consider myself a black leader now, and that means helping Obama and doing anything he asks.
Oh, yes, I can hear you're concerned for the state of the world in that song you did about stopping people in the nuts.
Oh, that was the old me. Everything is different now. I'm much, much, much more politically aware and stuff.
Really? Well, name the 3 branches of government, then.
The what?
Come on, black leader. It's 4th grade social studies time. What are the 3 branches of government?
Let's see. They got the main branch.
If you're a black leader, I'm glad I'm a white man.
What a moron!
What's the point of talking if nobody ever learns?
This is an outrage. I have my right. Oh, them bricks ain't mine. Ain't that a surprise? Already taken away my constitutional right to bear bricks. Martial law! Martial law! Get your arm down from me.
A young nation. But in the words of Scripture, the time has come to set aside childish things. The time has come to reaffirm our enduring spirit, to choose our history.
We can see him.
Please, I have VIP ticket.
We all got VIP tickets. Get your hands off me. Alright, you in trouble now. I'm calling my nigga Obeezy.
Please don't tase me. Don't tase me, bro. I'm an old man. I got a heart condition. You can't do this to me. I'm a civil rights legend.
Save us, Obama!
Huey Freeman is forced to abort Operation Exodus because he cannot get a ride.
Barack Obama? I just found that fool is going to raise my taxes. His promises are just like his ticket. Worthless. Good thing I didn't vote for his lying ass.
Obama ain't no real nigga. And check this out. I heard he worked for the Fed. That ain't a good look, Barack.
Washington was indescribable. It was just so amazing. And I got to meet him.
Was he everything you dreamed he would be?
Oh, yes, he was. And so much more.
Oh, yeah, I'm still down for the cause and shit. But I'm like, hey, I did my part, you know what I'm saying? I got the nigga elected, you know, time to get back to work, you feel me? Doing what Thugnificent do. Besides, them tight-ass clothes is cutting off my circulation.
Due to the conditions of my parole, I am unable to leave the country at this time. I am forced to remain here and express my extreme displeasure while in no way threatening the life of the president and his beautiful monkey family.
I ask Huey Freeman if he has any final thoughts he'd like to share.
Yeah. I'm retired.
15 years later, the questions raised by the Boondocks remain urgent. Was Obama's election a moment of genuine transformation or simply a symbolic gesture papering over deeper wounds? Has America moved closer to justice, or has it merely changed the way injustice looks? The brilliance of It's a Black President, Huey Freeman, lies in its refusal to give easy answers. It captures both the euphoria and the skepticism, the hope and the disillusionment, the pride and the pain. By invoking critical race theory, Afro-pessimism, critiques of post-racial discourse, and analysis of commodification, the episode stands as one of Aaron Magruder's sharpest commentaries on the contradictions of black progress in America. And perhaps most importantly, Huey's grim warning, "Not a damn thing," still forces us to ask, when we celebrate, what exactly are we celebrating? Are we cheering real change, or only the image of it? In the end, the Boondocks reminds us, true liberation demands more than symbols. It demands systems changed, hearts transformed, and realities confronted, even when the world tells us to celebrate too soon.
The revolution wasn't televised in the 60s. Is it going to be televised in the 90s?
Well, you know, the catchphrase, what that was all about, the revolution will not be televised, that was about the fact that the first change that takes place is in your mind. You have to change your mind before you change the way you live and the way you move. So when we said that the revolution will not be televised, we were saying that, like, that stuff. But I think that the black Americans have been the only real die-hard Americans here, because we're the only ones who carried the process through the process. That everyone else has to sort of like skip stages. We're the ones who marched, we're the ones who carried the Bible, we're the ones who carried the flag, we're the ones who tried to go through the courts. And being born American didn't seem to matter, because we were born Americans, but we still had to fight for what we were looking for. And we still had to go through those channels and those processes.
You're just a lowly ex-con, and I'm a big-shot lawyer.
Cut! Frown! How are they gonna know you're mad if you don't frown? More! More, damn it! You want me to put something nasty in your mouth to help you frown? Ugh.
Okay, continue.
Well, at least I have Jesus and the strong love of a black, African, beautiful, independent black woman.
Cut! This isn't working. I cannot work like this anymore. I've worked with Jesus. Damn it, fuck! Let us pray. Jesus,
holy Jesus, help us with this scene. It seems to be a little flat. Oh, wait, Jesus is trying to tell me something. Hold on.
Praise Jesus!
Yes, Jesus. Uh-huh. Right. Hey, you're the boss. Jesus says the scene would have more impact if you grabbed Mardukes and kissed her deep on the lips.
Kiss? Hold on, Jesus said that?
Jesus said that we need to kiss passionately so the audience can feel our love. Change it in the script.
Praise Jesus' rewrites.
Are you sure he didn't say kick? I should kick you? Or maybe kill? Let me kill you. Nobody ever see that coming.
No, he said kiss. Kiss! There was no ambiguity at all. Chapstick!
The Boondocks episode Pause aired on June 20th, 2010, what would become one of its most controversial and eerily prophetic episodes. Beneath its irreverent humor and cartoon exaggeration lay something far more sobering, a scathing critique of power, hypocrisy, and exploitation in black media. At its center was a parody that hit too close to home, a flamboyant, cross-dressing Christian playwright named Winston Jerome, a thinly veiled stand-in for Tyler Perry.
Now wait just one cotton-picking minute. Who this? You better tell me who the hell up in my house before I get the captain. I ain't lying.
My Dukes, this is Jesse. He's my new friend.
New friend, huh? So that mean he beating up the goose chick? That's what new friend means to me. Hold on. Hey, Jamal.
Yes, my dude.
I just had to slap the shit out of somebody for no reason. Now, what was it you were trying to say about your special friend?
His name is Jesse, and he's a good Christian man with benefits.
Benefits? Shoot, girl, why didn't you say so? Good morning, team. Hell, you can get me for no extra charge. Oh, honey, this booty is still good. You can go ahead and check the expiration date on it. I ain't lying. Tip it low. Hello.
Granddad, why are we watching a Winston Jerome play?
Oh, shut up, boy. Stop hating. It just so happens Winston Jerome is holding an open casting call for the leading man in his new play, and I'm preparing for my audition.
Audition? Like an acting audition?
Acting audition of a lifetime.
But you don't act.
Don't act? Your granddaddy was once a passionate, dedicated thespian. Whoa, this was long before the days of Terrence Howard. See, Hollywood didn't have room for a young, handsome, light-skinned black man with good hair in those days.
And action.
They call me Mr. Pibb. What's so funny?
This is Soda's name.
Oh, is it Ribs? They call me Mr. Ribs.
Yes, man.
Bullshit, Mr. Handyman. Oh, my foot. Oh, ooh, cramping real bad. Oh, maybe you'd like to see a real man. I bet you said Blake dreaming you had a real man. I pity the fool.
Thank you. It's enough. We'll call you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Breaking into Hollywood at your age?
He's looking for mature men. See, look right here. Casting for a black leading man, 50 and older. Light skin, good hair, must look nice shirtless, and not allergic to baby oil. That's me all day.
Don't you ever think you're too old to do some of that stuff you do?
Why can't I be a sex symbol? Why can't I be a heartthrob?
I say do it before it's too late, and it's gonna be too late real soon, so, yeah, hurry up.
Thank you, Riley. I'm gonna really let him have it. Show him my stuff. Give that man everything I got.
Pause.
Pause? Pause what?
You said something gay, so you gotta say no homo, or else you a homo.
What did I say gay?
You said you was gonna give this dude everything you got, no homo.
That's not gay. I said I was gonna give the man everything I got.
Pause, Granddad. If it sound gay, it's gay, and you gotta say no homo. How I know you're not a homo, Granddad, if you don't say no homo?
I'm not saying no homo.
Okay, you wanna be a homo?
Stop calling your granddaddy a homo.
Then say no homo.
I don't wanna say no homo. I'm a homo your ass. You don't stop saying pause.
Pause.
In the episode, Granddad is seduced by the promise of stardom. He's whisked away to a secluded theater compound to audition for Jerome's next production, only to find himself subjected to increasingly bizarre, humiliating rehearsals and thinly disguised sexual advances. At one point, Jerome drops all pretense and bluntly asks, "Can I please just have some ass?" When Granddad, in disbelief, asks if the whole charade, the Christian messages, the plays, the cult-like compound was just a ruse to sleep with men, Jerome replies without hesitation, "Pretty much, yeah. The comedy was sharp, the message even sharper, and in the eyes of many, it was too sharp." At the time, Tyler Perry was not just a celebrity, he was an institution. With 2 hit shows on Turner Networks and a string of box office successes, Perry had built a billion-dollar empire rooted in Christian values, family-oriented messaging, and stories of black resilience, but the Boondocks dared to ask, what happens when that image becomes a mask? When power cloaked in piety turns predatory? Shortly after the episode aired, rumors swirled that Perry reached out directly to Turner executives, threatening to cut ties unless the episode was pulled. The episode vanished from rotation after a single rerun, buried without explanation. Officially, there was no lawsuit, no firings. But for fans, the message was clear. Someone with power didn't want this story told. Pause would remain hidden for nearly a decade, only resurfacing in a 2020 marathon of controversial Boondocks episodes. Beneath the jokes and over-the-top satire, Pause offered a scalding commentary on several uncomfortable truths.
The typical Winston Jerome story starts with a beautiful, educated, professional black woman trapped in a troubled marriage with a brown-skinned bald dude from Law & Order.
How can you do this to me?
Get out. I'm gonna marry this white hussy because you are too virtuous and strong and might make me a better man.
Then, a dude who looks like Shamar Moore shows up as the shirtless, light-skinned gardener who just got out of jail.
Excuse me, may I rake your leaves?
At first, she acts like she didn't like the light-skinned gardener, but eventually she gets to know him and sees a sensitive side.
Now, I know that to you, I'm just a poor, light-skinned gardener who can't even afford a shirt. But I love me some Jesus, and I love me some you.
Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. I never thought I'd ever be with a man so loving and light-skinned.
And I will always be light-skinned just for you.
Being a good Christian woman, she gives her marriage one last chance because Jesus said so.
I am dark-skinned and bald, so I hate you, and I hate Jesus.
And just when the brown-skinned dude from Law & Order is about to hit her, here comes the shirtless gardener.
Hold it right there, bald-headed dude from Law & Order.
The woman and the gardener kiss, having found true love through Jesus.
The play within the episode mirrors Perry's recurring tropes: the angry dark-skinned husband, the suffering wife, the light-skinned, Jesus-loving savior, all overseen by a gun-toting, God-fearing grandma, Ma Dukes. Huey, ever the voice of reason, calls the script terrible, critiquing how predictable and damaging such depictions had become. Winston Jerome doesn't just run a theater company, he runs a cult. Actors are cut off from their families. Prayer circles double as loyalty tests. Everything is done in the name of Jesus, but behind the scenes it's about control, manipulation, and sexual access. Granddad is offered it all: fame, wealth, even white women if he just goes along. The moment he resists, Jerome tries to buy his compliance outright, and when that doesn't work, the mask slips completely. For many viewers it was shocking, for others it was validating. A satirical reflection of the whispers and rumors that had circulated in the black entertainment world for years. 15 years later, the satire suddenly felt less like a punchline and more like a prophecy. In June 2025, actor Derek Dixon filed a $260 million lawsuit against Tyler Perry, alleging years of sexual harassment, assault, and professional retaliation. Dixon claimed Perry dangled career opportunities, including show roles and promises to produce his own pilot, before making unwanted sexual advances. When Dixon refused, Perry allegedly threatened to kill off his character, groped him on set, and continued his behavior on private trips and at home. The trauma, Dixon said, led him to leave the show The Oval, lose over $400,000 in income, and suffer from severe anxiety.
Which role you auditioning for? Oh, no, you can't get her.
I didn't think there'll be this many people here just for a play. Just a play? Let me tell you something. It starts with the play. But if we like you in the play, now you in the movie of the play. And if he like you in the movie of the play, now you in the TV spinoff of the movie of the play.
Wait a minute. You're Kadeem Hardison. Star of TV's a different world. What are you doing here?
I don't know if you know this, but there ain't exactly a bunch of other shit we could be doing right now. I mean, what, I'm supposed to wait for the next Tequila and the Bee to pay my mortgage? Huh? No thanks.
Look, it's him. It's him.
Back this way.
Mr. Jerome would like to see you.
He would?
You won't be needing that shirt.
Jesus told me in my next play, Ma Dukes should find herself a man. So I've decided to call this play, Ma Dukes Finds Herself a Man. Do you think you're man enough for Ma Dukes, Robert?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Try this line. Ma Dukes, you are a strong, intelligent black woman who will make me a better man.
Ma Dukes.
Wait. Something's off. Lotion!
What flavor you want, nigga? I got tropical peach, sunrise orange, minty mango, and apricot. Or I can just take two flavors and swirl them together. Just tell me which ones you like. You want me to pick one for you?
Okay.
Minty mango it is. Turn around.
Hey!
You want me to pop these bumps?
No!
Alright. You good then.
Okay, Robert. Again.
Marduk!
That's it! Breathtaking! You know, I remember when I sat down to write my first play. I asked Jesus, will you co-write with me? And he said yes. And I told Jesus, I want to write plays for women. What do women want to see? And Jesus said, sexy men. Since that day, I've searched the world for the sexiest black men alive. And I found them. My shirtless men. And Jesus was pleased.
I didn't know religion worked like that.
Then I asked Jesus, how can I further spread your message on earth? And he said, cross-dressing. And so I put on a dress and a wig, and Jesus was pleased. With that dress, that wig, and these beautiful muscular gifts from God, I have built an empire, and soon I will crush Ice Cube, and my supremacy of Black Hollywood will be complete.
Ice Cube?
We don't allow just anyone on this journey. Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, Robert?
Yeah, I guess.
Get on your knees, Robert. Ow! On your knees, Robert.
Okay, damn, you got big hands.
Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, Robert?
Yes.
Do you accept me, Winston Jerome, as the representative of Jesus Christ in the TV and movie business?
Sure, I guess.
Do you renounce Ice Cube and all his works?
Well, you know, I kinda like Friday.
Do you renounce Ice Cube and all his works?
I renounce Ice Cube.
Louder!
I renounce Ice Cube.
And all his works!
And all his work.
Including Friday?
Yes, including Friday. Yes!
Rise! Rise! My new leading man! We're having a fondue shindig at the compound tonight. You should come.
Perry denies all of it. His legal team has dismissed the lawsuit as a shakedown, a fabrication designed to extort a powerful man, but the details, the alleged quid pro quo, the isolation, the psychological coercion bear uncanny resemblance to Pause. The satire had written itself years earlier. Even more revealing are Perry's public comments outside the lawsuit. In a 2025 podcast interview, he bragged about firing his own aunt after she failed to show up for a job he'd given her, and described how, after his mother's death, he sent letters to relatives warning them to get jobs within 60 days or lose his financial support.
I fired my aunt.
I feel it.
I fired my aunt. She said she wanted a job. She would always call asking for money. I'm like, okay, I'm sending money. I was like, listen, I want to help you. I don't want to help you build this thing, not be welfare to you. So let me give you a job. She wasn't coming in, calling in all the time. I was like, okay, well, you got to go. Because you want me to hand you the money, but you don't want to work for it. See, that doesn't work for me. And it's the same way with my son. Like, he's 10 years old. Like, there's certain things that he wants. He has to do chores and work for it. Right. I don't believe in giving us things that are just going to handicap us. That is the worst thing you can do. And I've had family members that I've done that to because my mother has asked me to. And when she passed away in 2009, I sent all of them letters saying, listen, you got 60 days to become gainfully employed because I'm not going to keep supporting you like this.
Are you serious?
100%. They all got jobs.
These anecdotes might seem personal, even motivational to some, but they also reflect a darker pattern, the use of money and influence to control relationships, a behavior known in abuse contexts as economic manipulation. What does it mean when someone can pull an episode off the air just by making a phone call? When a satire that challenges a public figure's image is deemed too dangerous to air? It's not just about censorship, it's about gatekeeping, the invisible hand that decides which stories are told and which are buried. Perry's ability to silence criticism, even if briefly, points to the immense power held by media moguls, especially in black entertainment, where so few have reached his level. And that power creates an uncomfortable tension. Tyler Perry has given jobs to hundreds of black actors. He's built studios, funded scholarships, and shaped a space where black stories could thrive. But his critics argue he's also recycled damaging stereotypes, promoted colorism, and relied on trauma as spectacle. Even Spike Lee once critiqued Perry's work as coonery buffoonery, igniting a years-long cultural debate. The Pause episode didn't just poke fun. It questioned whether Perry's moral persona was built on the backs of exploited workers and tired tropes, and the backlash it received suggests that satire, when too precise, stops being funny and starts being threatening. Now in 2025, the lines between fiction and reality have blurred. Was Pause just a cartoon episode, or was it a warning we ignored? The story of a powerful man hiding behind faith to coerce subordinates used to seem ridiculous until it didn't. The image of a self-proclaimed Christian hero offering fame for sex used to be parody, now it's in court filings. And the depiction of a cult-like compound manipulating actors, that's no longer just animation, it's a reflection of lived experiences. To be clear, these are still allegations, courts will decide what's true. But in the court of public opinion, the questions go far beyond Tyler Perry. They reach into the heart of what kind of power we celebrate, and at what cost.
Tom, thanks for agreeing to watch The Boys tonight.
No problem, Robert. I mean, this is your big break. So what is he like?
Who? Winston? Nice guy. Down to earth. Nothing strange or freaky or bizarre about him at all. Nope. Nothing out of the ordinary.
I just think he's the best. That's what people need more of. Positive entertainment. Without all the cursing and people saying the N-word all the time. Hey, are there gonna be some steamy scenes to look forward to, huh? Who's the lucky leading lady?
Actually, they haven't cast her yet. Probably, Sanaa, Latham, maybe Halle Berry. You know, somebody hot.
Man, stop lying. Granddad's leading lady is a dude.
What?
Shut up, boy. You don't know nothing.
We read the script, Granddad.
How dare you read that script? That's top secret.
It was really, really terrible, by the way.
Don't front, Granddad. You playing a dude's boyfriend. It's that Winston Jerome guy in a dress, huh?
You mean Ma Dukes? You're playing Ma Dukes' boyfriend?
There's no love scene.
Granddad's gonna need to have no homo tattooed on his forehead after this.
There's no love scene.
I think that's great. Robert, you're a real actor now. Completely dedicated to the part. I say do the love scene.
But there's no love scene.
Well, I think it's gay. Dude wear a dress.
Jesus told him to wear that dress. You just mad because Jesus doesn't love you.
Tyler Perry has become one of the most influential and polarizing names in modern black entertainment. He rose from homelessness to a billion-dollar empire, built on stories that centered black lives in a way Hollywood never had before. But behind the praise and prestige, a darker story has begun to unfold, one filled with accusations, broken relationships, and the lingering question of whether his climb came at the cost of others being left behind. Tyler Perry is widely recognized for taking full creative control of his work, writing, directing, producing, and frequently acting in his own projects. While many admire this as a mark of brilliance and determination, others view it as a reluctance to collaborate or give others a seat at the table. After House of Pain became a hit, Perry launched Meet the Browns with a writing staff. When 4 of those writers asked for union contracts, a standard in Hollywood, they were fired. The Writers Guild of America accused Perry of union busting and negotiating in bad faith. For many, it was a chilling reminder that no amount of success protects you from being disposable, and Perry's control wasn't just behind the scenes. Oscar-winning actress Monique, who gave a searing performance in Precious, claimed she was promised extra pay and that Perry personally agreed to make it right, but years later she says that promise was never fulfilled. "I'm still waiting," she told Vulture in 2025, her voice tinged with both sadness and exhaustion. A private recording allegedly captures Perry admitting the debt, but the check never came. These stories reflect a pattern. When black artists, especially women, ask for fair treatment, they risk being labeled difficult. And in a business where relationships make or break careers, silence can feel like survival.
This is what I want to get to.
I want you to get to it.
A lot of this happened with the movie Precious. That's the movie that made Monique a star among stars. She shined the brightest because you played that role. Nobody else could have did that role just as Mo.
Thank you, baby.
Nobody. You played it, and I remember walking out the movie and I called my sister. I said, she gonna win the Academy Award for that role. I said, it's almost like she was born to play that role. Now correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Okay, you shoot a movie.
Yes.
The movie wraps. You might have to come back and do some voiceover, some touch-up work here or there.
Yes.
That's already scripted into the contract. Now, the promotion aspect of the contract. What were you contracted to do? Because that seems to be where the conflict seems to come in.
Yes.
Because you like, okay, so tell the people that's gonna watch this and listen to this, what was Monique contractually obligated to do as far as the promotional aspect of Precious?
I was contractually obligated to promote the movie Precious under Lee Daniels Productions.
Okay.
I promoted Precious under Lee Daniels Productions. I did Oprah, I did magazines, I did TV shows, I did all of the promotions I was contractually obligated to do.
Okay.
That was it.
That was it.
I'm done with it.
Done.
Okay?
Done.
Now Precious is going to Cannes, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I have the Monique Show.
Mm-hmm.
I am on the Spread the Love tour. I have toddler babies. And I'm also a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Monique, the Monique Show is like down for maybe a couple days, a week or so.
Right.
I got some days off on the tour. I'm gonna relax with my family.
Right.
Because once they sold the movie,
Right.
you didn't sell me.
Right.
Whoopi Goldberg. See, Whoopi Goldberg said I could have schooled you and told you what was expected when I didn't promote and go overseas. And you know how you just looked up and looked away?
Yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg, what you were saying to me, I could have schooled you and told you, you go in that house and let them have their way with you.
Right.
And I'll be here when you come back.
Mm-hmm.
So after I'm done with my promotions, Lionsgate reaches out to my husband. Initially, they think they're talking to my attorney, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say, we want Monique to come to Cannes. She promoted so well in the United States, we want her to go international and promote the movie and do Cannes.
Okay.
I told my husband, please let them know I respectfully decline. I appreciate it, but I respectfully decline. I'm gonna spend some time at home. Lionsgate calls back. We really would like for Monique to come to Cannes and promote this movie. Please let them know I respectfully decline. I'm gonna spend time with my family. Lionsgate calls back and says, what is it gonna take for us to get Monique to come to Cannes? We'll give her another week in France. We'll upgrade her room. My husband said, is there a dollar amount attached to what you're asking for? Oh, we will never pay anyone to promote a film, never. He said, we understand. And we're never gonna work for free. You're asking her to do something that she's not obligated to do.
Correct.
Well, what is this the attorney? He said, actually, I'm her manager and her husband. Now we can put it on the husband's being difficult.
Right.
Right? Okay? So I don't owe anybody anything. That's why I was never sued. Now we go to the Hoodie Awards. Tyler Perry is there. Okay? Tyler Perry calls me in his room. Now, when I go into Tyler Perry's room, his staff is in there. Now, you ready to holler laughing?
Yes.
Okay, I take my security in there with me because I always want to have somebody with me.
Right.
Right? Tyler Perry does this. And the people scattered. They all left out the room. I said, look at this shit right here. You saw me, and they all scattered.
That wasn't the lights, that's for the people. You don't like clap lights on?
Lights off because they got their asses up out of there,
okay? Okay.
So at the time, my security looked at me, I said, you don't work for Tyler Perry. You could.
Touché.
So Tyler Perry says to me, listen, Monique, we really need you to, promote this film because if you get nominated for the Oscar, your next movie is going to be $3 to $5 million. If you win it, your next movie is $6 to $8 million. I said, Tyler Perry, who you talking to? I'm a black woman. When they gonna pay that kind of money? No, I'm telling you, that's what it is. And if you just go and promote it, I said, listen, brother, you can pay me to promote it. Because at the time, now him and Oprah are producers on the film.
Right.
I said, you can pay me to do it. I don't care where the check come from, but y'all just gotta pay me to do it. He said, I'm not in the habit of giving out money for free. I said, and I'm not in the habit of working for free. But you gave T.D. Jakes a check for $1 million, but that's another story, and I'm back. So when he then says that, it's like, listen, we both mutually agree. You don't give out free money, I don't work for free.
Service.
We hugged, Shannon. When we were done talking, we hugged. Do you hear me?
Yes.
We hugged like brother and sister, like it's cool, he understands.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
Oprah Winfrey calls my husband. I want y'all to take your time, because I'm getting ready to go in.
Yeah, that's your camera right
Yeah,
there.
because the people at home, they sitting there like, Monique, what happened? Bitch, I'm getting ready to tell you. She calls my husband.
Okay.
My husband explains to her what's going on. She says, there have been times I've had to draw the line in the sand. So my husband said, well, what is different between you and Monique? You've got to draw the line, and you're saying when you know they're asking you for too much. She said, you're absolutely right, and I understand your position.
I'm saying I don't have any hatred in my heart for Tyler Perry because he works hard. But he is a drag queen. Let's be very honest. A drag queen is somebody who works in drag.
Comedians often say what others won't, and when it comes to Tyler Perry, they've said plenty. In a now infamous 2016 BET segment, Cat Williams was asked to describe Tyler Perry in one word. Without hesitation, he said drag queen. It wasn't about Perry's identity, but the oversized matriarch he plays in wig and dress. For Cat, it was symbolic of a larger issue. Black men, he said, being pushed to play caricatures in order to succeed. 8 years later, in 2024, Cat doubled down on Shannon Sharp's podcast. They can't play a man to save their life, they play good women, he said, referring to both Perry and Ricky Smiley. These were not just jokes, they were grievances from a performer who felt that dignity had been traded for dollars and applause. Dave Chappelle, never one to shy away from controversy, offered a more measured view in a 2014 GQ interview. While he doesn't celebrate Perry's artistic choices, he respects his audience. I'm glad Spike Lee exists and I'm glad Tyler exists, he said. Black people aren't a monolith. Still, even Dave acknowledged that Perry's portrayals can veer into dangerous territory, reinforcing stereotypes under the banner of success. So is Perry liberating black comedy or locking it in place? For every voice applauding him, another wonders, at what cost?
Hello, Robert. We're so glad you decided to join us. Come in.
I don't mind if I do cupcakes.
Hello, how do you do? We're so glad you joined our crew. Welcome to our lovely compound, where it all goes down. Hot boiled bananas and cream, white unicorns and wet dreams, rainbow and lace. Oh, it makes me want to scream. Anything is possible with Jesus on our team. Jesus gave me a vision to make plays and dress like women, to wear corsets and be fine women, big draws with a lot of packing in them. Am I feminine? I know you have suspicions, but I'm on man, drunk where we can switch positions.
Wow, is that in the play?
No, we just do that for fun. Come, let me show you the compound.
The popo gon' be knocking at your door. I said the popo gon' be knocking at your door. I said the popo gon' be knocking at your door. I said the popo gon' be knocking at your door. I said the popo gon' be knocking at your door. I said the popo knocking at your door.
Let the hair down looking like a rusty AARP cheerleader. Sit down.
Think? I know Taekwondo.
And I know whoop your ass. Come on, bring it on. You don't know I'm from the project. Come on. What the hell is your problem? Come on. Shut up. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, you keep running.
Charles, what? Now you asking me questions? You begging now? Oh, please do it. Please hit her. Please, I want to see you do it. The hell's wrong with you?
Hello, my dear, yes.
Cordword.
Yes, ma'am.
Where the hell you at?
I'm still at the hair salon.
What the hell you doing at the hairdresser? You've been there 5 hours. Your hair ain't but 1.5 inches long. What the hell they doing to you?
I'm coming. I'm just trying to... Can I have some me time, please?
You need some what?
Some me time.
Some what?
Some me time. Some time for myself.
Cora.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I ever ask you for some me time, Cora?
No, ma'am.
Did I ask you for some me time when I had to get up every 4 hours and cook for you up until your time you were 17 years old?
No, ma'am.
Did I ask you for some me time when I had to hit that stripper pole every night trying to bring some money into this house? Did I ask you for some me time then?
No, ma'am, no.
All them old men up there trying to make it drizzle because they showing the hell couldn't make it rain? What the hell is me time?
I'm just taking care of myself. That's what I'm doing. Getting some me time.
Time for nothing. I'm going to the store here. I don't need you to bring... I'm a grown-ass woman. I'm going to go to the store myself.
Well, then you can't go to the store.
You're not supposed to be driving. I'll be there soon, okay?
Who the hell you think you talking to telling me I can't drive? If I feel like driving, I'm driving.
You can't drive. You're going to...
Get the hell out.
You get in that car, you going down. I mean, I'm just playing around. You going down. You understand?
I'll be glad when you go down. down to the graveyard and become some maggot food. Hell, I'm grown, I'm hungry. What I'm supposed to do, just sit up in this house?
You can miss a few meals, 1 or 2, 3 or 7, 9 or 11.
Keep it up, Joe. Keep it up.
Oh, them people call. Everybody, you ain't got to worry about no food. You can call them. They say they'll bring it down here to you.
What the hell you talking about, Joe? Stop smoking that weed. What the hell you talking about? You're crazy as hell.
They say they'll give you 3 meals a day, and they'll give you a percentage of the people who come through and pay.
Where they feed you that much?
One of the whales died. They need another whale at the aquarium. Go on down there and swim around for them.
You rusty old bastard. Your fart and dust come out. Go to hell.
Dead man walking. Walking the Green Mile, getting right with Jason. I'm gonna walk the Green Mile, get right.
There goes something. Let's see, I've been back there on that wash machine. And so I told him, I said, what you don't want is to get back there on that wash machine, because if I put it in 5th gear back there on that wash machine, it's just gonna be shaking back up, shaking back, maybe, and then
Hold still.
What is it? What you looking for?
Hold still, honey. I'm trying to find the small of your back here.
Perry's storytelling style is distinct, some would say repetitive. Medea is the loud, no-nonsense elder who slaps wisdom into the next generation. But when the slap becomes the central theme, people start to wonder whether something is missing. Critics argue that Perry's universe rarely explores joy, ambition, or complexity beyond pain. His worlds are often filled with abuse, betrayal, and moral redemption, but seldom with growth, evolution, or nuance. Pulitzer Prize winner Michael R. Jackson said it best in A Strange Loop, where a character rants about Perry's work as crap that's treated as the end-all be-all of black art. It was a theatrical gut punch and one rooted in a deep frustration many young black artists feel. If Perry's lens is the only one Hollywood funds, then diverse black voices are being filtered through one man's trauma. Even Keke Palmer, a known Perry defender, admitted in 2024, Tyler is not the gatekeeper of all black stories. The enemy isn't Tyler, it's the system. But can both be true?
Now, to Tyler Perry's credit, Tyler Perry called us up, right? And he said, I can see the pain in you and I can hear it. And I want to let you know that I would never do nothing to hurt you. But the conversation kept going on. Only for Tyler Perry to admit he did start a rumor that I was difficult to work with. He lied. Only for Tyler Perry to admit I was wrong. And when my movie Boo come out, I'm going to say that, right? Now, here's where, when you did that interview with Kat, I could respect how you do it. Because Kat said, you let them people lie in your face. And your response was, Kat, I don't know if they're lying or not.
Right.
Because I can only take them at their word.
At their word.
Right?
Yes.
Well, we sent you the audio of Tyler Perry. I don't want you to take me at my word. I want you to hear his words. And what did you hear that man saying? What did you hear that man saying?
He said it.
What did he say?
Monique, you know you're not supposed to be recording people.
No. Let me back up.
Okay.
Everything we did was legal. And here's where a black woman really gets the kick in the ass. Had I not recorded Tyler Perry, then it would have been my word against his. And then on top of that, it would have been, he's so powerful, we can't even pay no attention to that.
Right.
Well, now I have him on audio, which is legal to do where we live.
Right.
Okay? We have him on audio. And do you know what some people then said? Why would you record him? Just like you sat there and said, you know it's illegal to... But did you hear what the man said? I violated you.
Yeah.
I mistreated you.
Yeah.
Do you know, Shannon, that's cost my family tens of millions of dollars?
Yeah.
Over a lie and a rumor?
Is he gonna compensate you for that?
I want you to look in your camera.
Yes.
And I want you to talk to Tyler Perry because you heard what that man said. So ask him, will he compensate my family for that?
Tyler, will you come on Club Shay Shay and let's have a conversation about the fair compensation for what transpired between you and Monique? You can sit right here and she's sitting right here and you and I can have a conversation.
And we'll do you one better. And give me 5 on that, baby. We'll do you one better, Shay. My husband and I'll sit right next to him.
In Hollywood, staying silent can keep you working. Speaking up can get you blacklisted, especially when you challenge someone with power. Monique's struggle is well known. After calling out Oprah and Perry for what she saw as unfair treatment, She was branded difficult, ungrateful, even crazy. She says she was quietly punished, gigs disappeared, calls stopped coming.
The cast and crew of my plays are like family. We work together, eat together, pray together. Now let me show you where you'll be staying.
Did you say staying?
Oh yes, you'll live here at the compound during the run of the play. I want everyone totally immersed in the production. And we don't allow outside calls here. We must remove all distractions.
Oh, it's just my grandkids. You know kids, they always want to talk to their sole legal guardian.
Tell them you won't be coming home for a while, just to make it a clean break.
I'll just call them back.
Answer it.
Hey, boys.
Hey, Granddad. We were just wondering how late rehearsal was gonna go. Tom had to leave and we're getting kind of hungry.
Well, I'm not coming home for a while, so don't wait up.
How late?
Maybe a week or two or more. We got a lot of rehearsal stuff to do. There's some cash in my sock drawer. Praise Jesus.
This is a great day, brothers and sisters. The first day of rehearsals for Maud Dukes Finds Herself a Man!
Let us pray. Lord Jesus, you are a wonderful Savior and an excellent producing partner as well.
I can't believe I'm here. I made it. I'm on my way to the top. I might already be at the top. Man, look at these broads in here. The big old zesty chesty on that one.
In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Yes, amen. Hallelujah.
When you're a guy that generates money, people have a vested interest in control.
Isn't it just unfortunate that while people like Tyler Perry are the ones who are supposed to be helping others, they are the ones being accused of destroying black entertainers? Well, people like Dave Chappelle and Cat Williams have been spilling about this for years.
And it always happens around the time of their career where it seems as though they're crossing over the next plateau.
Yeah, we're not going to be nobody's favorite, and we're going to miss out on a lot of the things they're going to get over there because we're not like them. And we don't do what they do. We're not willing to do the things they're willing to do.
I mean, I have personally heard a couple of stories about how Tyler Perry is a power-hungry man who would do anything to have his way. For instance, Brandon Jay went viral on TikTok after posting a video exposing Tyler Perry for pressuring him into playing a gay character. Brandon was cast in Tyler Perry's sitcom Meet the Browns, but according to Brandon, Tyler Perry decided to make last-minute changes to the script, not considering that they were expected to film the entire episode in a day.
Mr. Perry comes in, everything changes. So we literally run the entire episode for him, and he hates it. Does that mean I have to learn a whole new script? Yes, that's what it means.
And that wasn't even the worst part. The shock came when Tyler Perry told him that his character would be gay and have a crush on the person who made his life in high school miserable.
Mr. Perry, on the spot, starts rewriting the entire script, and he's feeding me the lines to say, and the director is kind of standing on the side like, you better do it, because if not, they will fire you. Here is where the shoe hit the fan. So in the middle of Mr. Perry changing up the scenes, he says, you know, I want Jeffrey to be gay, and he has a crush on his bully. That's not what I auditioned for.
So this is just one person who was bold enough to tell their story. Now imagine what other cast and crew members have to go through while being expected to film an entire episode in a day. Come to think of it, no wonder many of his productions always seem to be rushed with mistakes here and there. Also, Tyler Perry has also been called out for devaluing black women's education, status, and any related claims of entitlement. It's like he always has an agenda of sending the message that educated, successful black women automatically have a bitter, demanding, and unworthy disposition.
I don't know if Tyler Perry doesn't like black women or doesn't give a damn about black women or thinks he knows black women, but these storylines that he's concocting that's supposed to be the story of black women are so idiotic. I cannot take it anymore.
When it comes to men, Tyler also portrays the successful black man as evil and or having no desire for the successful black woman. Just look at Diary of a Mad Black Woman, for instance, where the black woman married to the successful black attorney is physically and verbally mistreated and ultimately chased out of her home and replaced by a white woman. The successful black man is naturally evil and hateful. In Daddy's Little Girls, the lead black woman is a highly successful and beautiful black woman woman, but with a bad attitude and no man. And when she finds love, she finds it in her limo driver. The same also happens in The Family That Prays, where the lead black woman is again a highly successful Ivy League educated VP of a company, and she's married to a construction worker, but ends up having an affair with her white boss. Even in I Can Do Bad All By Myself, the lead black woman finds love in the form of a jobless immigrant who lives in her basement. And if you watched The Haves and the Have-Nots, you probably noticed that people were taken advantage of a bit too much. I mean, Wyatt's character was molested when he was younger, and then the same thing happened in prison. His sister, Hannah, Candace, Jeffrey all went through the same thing. And let me not even begin with the Madea movies, with all the problematic plot points or the colorism in many of Tyler Perry's productions. Allegedly, when Tyler Perry is not degrading black men and women in his productions, he is doing it to them in real life, in collaboration with other Hollywood elites. And that is how he is able to survive in these streets. Well, if you ask Dave Chappelle and Cat Williams, Monique is one of those people Tyler Perry did dirty together with Oprah.
When you don't do what we ask you to do, we'll take your livelihood. So for 8 years, my family has suffered and my career has suffered because what I would not allow those entities to do was bully me.
What happened was that Monique signed on to do the movie Precious with Lee Daniels. Then Tyler Perry and Oprah got involved and became executive producers of the movie. Monique said that the movie had been filmed, and as far as she was concerned, she'd fulfilled her contractual agreements. However, according to her, Tyler Perry, Oprah, and Lee Daniels wanted her to attend the festivals, award ceremonies, and events linked to Precious, but she said she wasn't going to work for free. And because of that, she was labeled difficult to work with and blackballed in Hollywood. In fact, Dave himself has been a victim of the sick ways orchestrated by the likes of Tyler Perry. And for those who recall, he left the production of season 3 of Chappelle's Show and took a trip to South Africa, and soon after, there were claims about him being mentally unstable and on drugs. Well, Dave repeatedly denied those claims and said at the time, "I'm not crazy, I'm not smoking crack. I'm definitely stressed out. There were things that overwhelmed me, but not in the way that people are saying." He actually said the same thing to Oprah, which was a huge mistake, considering Oprah and Tyler Perry are cut from the same cloth, and Oprah only tried to make Dave look crazy.
Would you say you lost your mind, sort of?
No.
No.
Not exactly.
Okay.
I wasn't crazy, but it's incredibly stressful.
And can I just mention how Tyler Perry is one of those who has championed for effeminating black men, allegedly.
With certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them dots.
Okay, Cat Williams was once asked about how black actors are being forced to wear dresses on screen, in reference to how Kevin Hart wore a dress on SNL.
The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee, Kavenshane Wallace.
Wow. I don't think anyone saw this one coming.
According to Cat, at least Kevin didn't have to worry, because people like Tyler Perry paved that way.
At the end of the day, Kevin doesn't have to worry about what people are going to say about him wearing a dress because of the long line of dress-wearing people before him. So now we had Big Mama's House 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I've never seen Madea in a pantsuit.
Kat has even said before that probably the reason why people like him and Dave Chappelle are not making it like other entertainers is because they refused to bow and join secret societies.
Some of us are against the Illuminati, and we are against the Illuminati at our own detriment. When people are against the Illuminati, then they get punched in the face all the time. The press hates them, and nobody likes them.
Brandon J. Ellis, a rising actor and singer, described being pressured into uncomfortable situations and warned about crossing lines. Writer Terry Brown Jackson said she helped write over 100 episodes, but was cut loose the moment she asked for what the union promised. Good enough to create the show, she said, but not good enough to be protected by it. Derek Dixon's lawsuit paints the darkest picture yet, alleging not only harassment, but a culture of fear and coercion. According to Dixon, even raising concerns about his contract led to veiled threats. Whether these claims prove true in court or not, they raise a deeper issue. What happens when one man becomes the pipeline for black opportunity? If Perry is the gate, then who watches the gatekeeper?
We're so happy you're here with us, Robert. Jesus is so good. I've been working with Mr. Jerome for nearly 10 years.
Well, your family must be very proud.
Honey, I don't talk to my family anymore. This is my family now. Soon it'll be yours, too. I'm gonna get me some Kool-Aid.
Well, this is my first Winston Jerome project, but I've been in the business for almost 12 years.
Well, that's nice. Anything I might have seen?
Let's see, I was in Do the Type Thing, Lady Sucks the Blues, New Crack City, and then my last film was 6 Sticks of Separation.
Oh, my. 6?
But that was before Winston saved me. All that time I was giving up the ass for me. Now I only give up the ass for Jesus. And his homeboys.
Mm-hmm. Praise Jesus in the name of Jesus.
Robert, would you join me in my study? Beautiful, isn't it? I had the sweater put on him because he just looks so cold up there. I just wanted to warm him up because I love Jesus. Do you love Jesus, Robert?
Oh, yes, I love me some Jesus. Mm-hmm. He's my co-pilot.
Lord, we thank you for...
Well, it appears you love Tartars, too.
Yeah,
It's okay, Robert. You love women more than you love Jesus, don't you?
It's hard to say. I mean, it's kind of apples and oranges.
If women are what you desire, Robert, then Jesus and I will deliver. Hundreds, thousands of women. Any kind you want.
Well, now, since you put it like that, I want some of them Alicia Keys and a couple of them Beyonce, and something Spanish, and a big old kitty white woman that looked like Linda Carter.
Then Jesus will provide them. But you must give yourself to Jesus first, Robert. And to me.
You know how I feel about the fucking phone. Jesus Christ.
It's my grandkids. They're probably just worried.
You must choose, Robert, between your old life and your new one.
Hey, boys. No, everything's good. Look, please don't call me again. This is my family now. Uh-huh. Okay.
You made the right choice, Robert.
I don't get it. They his new family now? It's worse than I thought. Granddad's in a cult. A cult? That's gay. Well, he's in trouble. We gotta save him. Come on.
Tyler Perry's life is in many ways the American dream personified. He rose from poverty to power. He gave work to hundreds. He told stories Hollywood once refused to touch, but power is never neutral. Perry's supporters say he broke down doors for black creatives. His critics argue he built a new system where he alone decides who gets through. And caught in the middle are the actors, writers, and fans who once looked to him as a savior and now wonder if they were merely stepping stones on his climb. No story is black and white, not Perry's, not the ones he tells, not the ones told about him. What's undeniable is this: Tyler Perry has shaped the future of black entertainment. Whether that future is expansive or limiting is the question we'll be wrestling with for years to come. And maybe, just maybe, it's a question he'll have to wrestle with too.
You're just a lowly ex-con, and I'm a big shot lawyer.
Cut! Frown! How are they gonna know you're mad if you don't frown? More! More, damn it!
You want me to put something nasty in your mouth to help you frown?
Ugh.
Okay, continue.
Well, at least I have Jesus and the strong love of a black, African, beautiful, independent black woman.
Cut! This isn't working! I cannot work like this anymore! I've worked with Jesus! Damn it, shit, fuck! Let us pray. Jesus, holy Jesus, help us with this scene. It seems to be a little flat. Wait, Jesus is trying to tell me something. Hold on.
Praise Jesus!
Yes, Jesus. Uh-huh. Right. Hey, you're the boss. Jesus says the scene would have more impact if you grabbed Mardukes and kissed her deep on the lips.
Kiss? Hold on, Jesus said that?
Jesus said that we need to kiss passionately so the audience can feel our love. Change it in the script.
Praise Jesus' rewrites.
Are you sure he didn't say kick? I should kick you? Or maybe kill? Let me kill you. Nobody ever see that coming.
No, he said kiss! Kiss! There was no ambiguity at all. Chapstick! Robert, it's okay. I totally understand your concerns. Winston Jerome would never, ever kiss a man. That would be homosexual and against my Christian faith.
Exactly. Mine too.
But Jesus wants us to be actors first and heterosexual second. Now, Winston Jerome is a very, very straight man that loves the ladies. But Mardukes is a woman. And when I go on stage, Jesus wants me to become her, inside and out. Can't just have a woman's clothes. I need a woman's thoughts, a woman's movements, and a woman's desires.
Then there was the Pause episode, which features, stars a character named Winston Jerome. Yes. Who is very lightly veiled as Tyler Perry.
Yes.
Winston Jerome is a closeted cross-dressing cult leader whose love of the Christian faith is a mask for his true sexuality. That's the way it was described.
Yeah, that's all.
It's a fair description.
Yes.
From what I understand, Tyler Perry was furious over this. Furious.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Have you ever run into Tyler Perry in any capacity?
I haven't.
I assume you haven't gotten hired for any Tyler Perry movies?
No, but there was a time. One time I was in Atlanta, and Michael Jai White, who I worked with on Black Dynamite, he was shooting something for Tyler, and he was like, "Oh, you're in Atlanta. You should come by the set." And then I was like, "All right, cool." And then we got off the phone. He called me back, and he said, "Second thought." I forgot about that. He's still don't come by the set. I was like, "All right, I understand." But what's funny about that episode is, so originally the character's name was Tyler Perry, and he looked exactly like Tyler Perry, and that was the rare moment where Adult Swim was like, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like they were being irresponsible with Dope. They said you can't use Tyler Perry's name, you can't make it look like Tyler Perry, and then so we found another name, right? It was actually his real name. And we got it under the radar for.
Wait, his real name is Winston Jerome?
No, it was another name.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was, but we found out his real name, and so we changed the script, and then Adult Swim got it, and they didn't flag it. So we
Emmett Perry Jr.
It wasn't. So we use Emmett Perry.
Okay.
I think it was Emmett. Yeah, it was Emmett Perry. So it got under the radar, and then about 2 weeks later they caught it, right? And that's when they called us kind of like screaming at us, like, yo, for real, like no bullshit. Like, you can't do that. Don't try to play no fucking games. Like, you can't. We're like, cool. So we changed it to Winston Jerome. We made him look different. And the episode aired. And at least the way this was told to us from the network, Tyler himself called, like, and said, you guys better not ever air that shit again. You know? And at the time, he had a lot of shows at TBS. We were just a little small black cartoon. Like Tyler Perry was God. Shout out to Tyler Perry, by the way, because I got love for Tyler Perry too.
His accomplishments are astronomical, actually. I mean, you look at what he's built and so forth. It's too bad you guys never worked together. But maybe he'll get over it. I mean, really. I mean, this is what.
Shit you see every day, huh?
At Omega 2.
Truck, we can go all the way down here to the truck dealer. Now set the waypoint there and drive with me all the way down there. Now that we're here, you can see that you have a lot of options. Now what you want to buy, it completely depends on you. I would like to buy one of these trucks. Do not go for something too big. It's the beginning of your company and you do not want to have a lot of expenses while you try to find out which routes work the best for you. So this truck or this truck just works perfectly. In this case, we are gonna go ahead and purchase this one. Now it is ours, it is our property, and we can also go ahead and put a driver on it and do the entire routes for you. Alright, now that we have our truck, it's time to give it some job to do. And let's press O to open the menu. Right here you can see some of my trucks are working, some of them are making money, some of them are not making so much money. And that's usually because of demand and supply. What happens if your truck is picking up very few, or maybe it's coming back and forth half empty, that's gonna be an issue. So let's go ahead and create one route, and I'm gonna create a route similar to the Rise A long, and I'm gonna call it Rise B long. Now what we're gonna do, our driver is gonna start here in the rice, it's gonna start here in the Hannon rice farm. Now our supply is rice, pallet and rice. And we're gonna go ahead and deliver it to one of those factories. In this case we are gonna come and deliver it to the food factory. That's gonna be our second route. Now if you wanna see if your truck is available, is compatible with what you want to do, you can just hover over the item you like and see the required cargo space. But sometimes even if you have the proper required space, you might not have enough space for you to put the entire cargoes. In this case you can see the supply, it says it's gonna be 20 feet long for the logs, and the demand is fuel. So if you have a fuel truck, you can go ahead and go to the fuel station, and from there, from the fuel storage, you can carry fuel all the way up to the logs, and that's gonna make the logs work more and they can produce more logs, and you can have a different truck and carry the logs from here to maybe the log factory, which is around down here. It is an interconnected, it's an entire economy, and the way it works can be a little bit complicated sometimes, but once you do it, you get the hang of it. It's really easy. Now our truck did the first route, why not for it to take another route back so it will not come back empty? And that makes sense, you might be wondering. Well, let's do that and see some of the issues you might encounter with it. So if I come all the way down here, we do have a corn farm, and that's gonna be our third waypoint. And from there we are going to go ahead and set it to come back again to our supermarket, which has a demand of corn pallets. So right, so now our truck is gonna start driving from number 1, it's gonna go all the way to 2, and then all the way to 3, and all the way to 4, and back again. So we do have a route here, and if we go to the vehicle stub and we press the plus sign, we can find our vehicle right over here. Now by double clicking it, we put it here, but as it is right now, it does not have any routes assigned. So let's press in the 3 dots right here and assign the route for it. And it is Rice B Long. So the moment you do that, the driver will automatically take over and you will start the routes. Do not have the vehicle in a weird location. The driver will most likely not be able to drive out of it. So do not have the vehicle parked right in there. The driver will suffer before managing to come out, if he ever manages to come out. So be very cautious, the drivers are not very good in this game yet. And you're gonna see that literally in a moment. So right now, as you see, our driver is doing very good, but it is gonna have a little bit of an issue here because he's gonna crash right into the trailer, and that's some of the issues you will encounter. So it's recommended for the beginning to start with small vehicles because semi-trucks and big trucks, they're not the best navigating in the environment. So now we came to the rice farm and he picked up the rice. As you see, the cargo is not full. And that is an issue you will also encounter because you do have supply and demand, and most likely the demand is not what you are expecting. Now you can go ahead and go to the locations to see the demand, how much they have of it in stock and how much they required, so you can always get full cargoes. But for this demonstration purposes, I don't really mind. Let the driver drive all the way up to our first location. Alright, so now the driver is arriving in the first destination we have set in the waypoint. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's see if everything is going to be alright. Now the chances are it's not gonna be perfect, and I'm gonna tell you the reason exactly behind it. If it is perfect, most likely the rest of it will not be perfect. But anyways, let's take a look at it. Now the drivers for the artificial intelligence have different waypoints than us, so don't be worried if they stop outside or anywhere else. That's what they have to do in order not to get completely stuck inside the factory. Now as you noticed, he did deliver, but he only delivered 2, not the third one. And that is an issue you might encounter, and you might be wondering why is it happening. Well, it's a little bit of an issue that the artificial intelligence drivers right now, they did not know the order of the placement of the cargo. So what our driver did, if we go in the menu of the company and we press the three dots again, you will see he did pick up one rice pallet, but he did it for the Ganju supermarket, which is our last stop. And what's gonna happen when we arrive at the third waypoint, we're gonna have the same issue. Chances are that he will also pick up some corn for the factory all the way down here. And that's the reason that you do carry stuff, but you also do not carry stuff at the same time. And this entire thing is an issue because it will take cargo from your space to deliver it for just a tiny amount of coins. For example, the cargo we are carrying right now, it's only worth 15 coins. So we took it from our city, we drove it all the way to the other side, and then from there we are going to drive back again and deliver it. And that is an issue. There is no way around it right now. The only way to do it is to make sure that the other two waypoints, they do not have the necessary cargo to deliver and mix up the orders. So for example, just to make sure that our fourth waypoint does not require us to have rice. So if only the first and the second waypoint require rice, then our rice will completely go from here to here without having it to go anywhere else. Because if this location also requires rice, there's a chance he will carry cargo to this location as well. Or in this case, he is carrying cargo for this location because he is requiring rice. So we picked it up from the number 1 with the purpose of it going to number 4. But instead, it's following the entire route. So right now we have arrived in the corn farm. So let's stop here and see what's going to happen. And in our case, it did load it, and it's a full cargo, which is a really nice thing. Don't worry about it. It's gonna happen a lot of times when you have AI drivers. As mentioned, it's not perfect, but the game is in early access, so it's all good. So if you open the menu, you might be thinking, oh perfect, now you know we have a full cargo and everything. But you press O, you go to the truck, you press the three dots again, and you see that we have a corn pallet. Actually, we have 2 corn pallets for the food factory for only 31 coins. So we only got 3 pallets for the supermarket, and then we got 2 pallets for the food factory. Which, it's not perfect, it's not good, and it's making the business run not so well. So what can we do to avoid this? Well, you have to do the simplest possible routes. In this case, we can reduce the entire routes from 4 points all the way up to 2 points. It will be a lot less money for us, but that's okay. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is click here. We are going to unload the food factory, and we are going to unload it completely. Now we only have for the Ganju supermarket, which is gonna be the route I want to keep. If we go back to the truck routes and we see the rice belong, we can edit it. And what we're gonna do is we're going to remove the rice farm and the factory. So all we're gonna do now is we are going to deliver from the corn farm corn all the way up to our supermarket. So that's gonna be the route for us. It's gonna be a lot more simplistic, but we will not have any issue. Now one more thing you will have to be cautious and always keep an eye on when you are also having a business is making sure that your tracks are always in a good condition. Right here you will see a condition bar that will decrease steadily as the day goes forward. So once it arrives all the way down to the end and that becomes red, that means your truck will completely stop on the road. And what you can do is keep an eye on it tactically. Just go ahead, press the repair button. It will cost 100 coins. It will be in the maximum condition and you will make sure that your truck will not have any issues. Now later on we are going to make a video completely dedicated to buses as well. Thank you everyone for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and see you guys again in the next video. This is exactly what you're going to have at the end of this video as well. Trust me, It is painful, it is difficult, but it's totally worth it. It's really nice, it's a really big area, really big space for your business. And this is gonna be the office for Ox Gaming. And I've done this for several reasons. First and all, I would like to expand. I would like to get bigger trucks. I would like to open my own company. Right now I only had one small vehicle, but I would like to have a lot more, and I would like to have a space dedicated for that. So this is going to be my business, and I have made my business all the way up here for the simple reason that you can fast travel from this area all the way down here. Essentially, wherever you have a property, you can fast travel, and this is a really nice trick if I want to go from this side of the map all the way down here without having to travel all the way through here. It's a really nice trick. It's very helpful if you are into any sort of business. Now I'm gonna go ahead and show you step by step step how we are going to make this. Trust me, it is difficult if you do it in a private server because you have to carry everything, and I mean everything, by yourself. But don't be discouraged. I will show you the entire process step by step. You will do it. It's going to take you around 3 hours from start to finish, but when you are done, you're gonna have this very nice building here. The stuff you need, I got myself the garage plan, and I also got myself a big parking space that we're gonna later on put inside the garage. So once you do there, go ahead and go to your property. Once you go to the property, purchase the property. That's really basic and simple. Now once you've done that, you're gonna have to select the plan from the inventory on the number that it is located, and you're gonna have to go ahead and place it. Let me tell you, it's really laggy with the garage because it's a really big building. But I placed it somewhere in between in the property, in the middle of it, so if I want to put something extra from behind the building that is not gonna be visible from in front, I can do that. Maybe I want to put an extra building or something extra on it. It's good, you can go ahead and do that. Now once you've done that, you will realize it's not just dropping it and it's ready. You have to work for it. So now it's a construction site, like every construction site you see in the game, and most likely you have delivered stuff in these construction sites. So now that you have the construction site, you're gonna have to go ahead and bring everything to the construction zone. So it says that it will need sand, it will need concrete, and it will also going to need planks. So let's go ahead and show you where you can find all of this. So the first thing you can do, go ahead, is really quickly and really close to you, is the delivery from the construction site. So here you can see the supply is sand and fine sand, and it requires a dump. Don't worry about the vehicles, you will find everything on the sites. So go ahead and drive all the way there, get yourself the dumpy that is located there, and start delivering the sand to your property. So now that you have delivered the sand, you will need concrete and you will also need planks. Concrete, we're gonna leave it for last because it's the one that's gonna take you the most time. Now let's go ahead and show you where you can find the planks. The planks, you can find them all the way up here in this factory. It's called the lumber mill of Sang-do. But if you go there on a private server, you will find out that you do not have any cargo, any delivery available. That is not a problem if you are in a multiplayer server, because most likely somebody has delivered the cargo required for the supply chain to work. In this case, you will have to do that. Now where do you find it? Well, first and all, go ahead and come up here on the map or anywhere else you are located and go and get yourself a truck like the one you see in the picture. Now you will have to drive all the way up here where you can find logs. Now it's not necessary to come to this part of the map, because if you are located somewhere near the desert, you can find these things in a different location closer to you. So search for the things that you need. In this case, we're gonna need to find yourself a supply that can supply us logs up to 20. What is that? I'm just gonna look for... I already have this one, and I know it's good, but it's not really big.
Right, so you can always tell when Israel's
For better or for worse, some games can only really be explored once. That first occurred to me during a replay of GTA 3, and I distinctly remember sitting with the thought looking out over the game's cold, monochrome skyline, and feeling strangely sad. Never again would I accidentally stumble into some fascinating new hidden area, happen upon an unused weapon or item, or even just admire a unique view from a previously unseen angle. As much as I love the game, it feels as if I've quite literally been everywhere, seen all there is to see, and that now there's absolutely nothing left. Hypothetically speaking, if when the game first released I had somehow managed to log every single one of my movements through the game world, then plotted them as coordinates on the game's map, first of all, what exactly would that look like? But more importantly, how likely is it that there would actually be anywhere left? It's a thought that caused me to spiral headfirst into realizing how infinitely more fascinating it would be still if we included every other player's data on top of that. What would that look like, and could there be, in theory, somewhere in the game that no other person on Earth has ever been to before? Just out there somewhere, waiting. In all seriousness, with a game as huge and popular as GTA 3, the answer is almost certainly not. But if we panned out, expanded our scope to include other significantly less renowned games from obscure, forgotten franchises, does that increase the odds? And if so, by how much? With all the playtesting and quality assurance that goes into big budget AAA releases, and even just the years behind some of them at this point, could there even potentially be a game out there with entire areas that have sat completely undiscovered and unexplored for this long? Surely that couldn't be possible, right? By far my favourite aspect of early 3D open world games are their increasingly elaborate attempts to simultaneously balance the largest worlds physically possible with one still small and contained enough to build a working game around. Games like The Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, for example, boasted what is probably still the biggest continent-sized world in video game history, taking real-world days to cross in its entirety. Though, if you've ever actually played the game, you know the reality of a world that size is that there's little to no reason in actually doing so. While on the other hand, a game like Of Might and Magic 6, with its considerably smaller world, comparatively features what seems like a never-ending supply supply of completely unique towns and locations, each with entirely original quest lines tailored around them. All this to say, as much as it's widely accepted that the latter is infinitely better for creating immersive environments to build fun, rewarding gameplay experiences around, as strange as it might sound, I have absolutely no shame in admitting that I've always loved the former, in most cases even more so. Sure, they're always more technically impressive, if nothing else, but the tone and atmosphere of an intimidatingly massive world too grand and sparse to even comprehend, let alone functionally serve its intended purpose, is something I'll never be able to get enough of. The humbling feeling of being tiny, irrelevant, and lost in a vast, dead wasteland is unmatched, and at risk of making that sound like a bad thing, 2003's True Crime Streets of LA has to be easily one of the best examples of that. Marketed almost exclusively on its 1-to-1 scale recreation of the city of Los Angeles, it sold itself on being the first game in history to have fully digitized such a large portion of an iconic real-world location. By virtue, it allowed players to explore the city like never before, and in what was easily one of the biggest physical game worlds out there. Even today, with it being larger than every GTA map combined. My thoughts on the game aside, that fact alone makes it one of the most fascinating and ambitious games of all time. A year prior, the PS2 game The Getaway claimed to have done a similar thing with a smaller section of London, in my opinion a much simpler city, but in overlaying the maps with their real-life counterparts, London isn't even remotely comparable in the same way that True Crime's LA is. That doesn't mean that there aren't limitations, don't get me wrong, it's not really one-to-one as the area it covers excludes a huge number of minor side streets and alleyways. The major LA landmarks you'd expect to see, like airports and piers, are largely closed off, only really being visible from behind gates and fences. And hilariously, the map is longer than it is taller, a kind of straight line that's very tactically higher than LAX on one side but lower than the Griffith Observatory on the other, allowing them to very narrowly avoid having to model anything really distinct. It's a decision that I think ultimately had the biggest impact on the scenery, because it causes everything to blend together into this droning sea of generic shapes, colours and repeating textures. Roads that seemingly loop, trapping you in backdrops that repeat themselves over and over again indefinitely. The sheer size of the map means it takes an unusually long time to travel anywhere, regardless of the distance you might have covered. But because of that, it never really feels like you've gone anywhere at all. I always find talking about this aspect of the game incredibly difficult, because at the end of the day, whether or not these are all either good or bad things depends entirely on if you personally enjoy them or not. I'll be the first to tell you that I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to gameplay design, so I'm definitely in no position to be telling you what you can and can't enjoy, but what I can say with absolute authority is that it's definitely something I personally enjoy, and I will be forever grateful that this game exists in the way it does. The atmosphere and feelings the environment elicits are easily some of the most unique the medium of video games has to offer, and they're almost entirely a result of the corners they cut trying to accommodate for the map's size. This level of repetition and soulless, empty padding is something that no other game like it has been shameless enough to attempt before. So despite what you might hear other people criticize True Crime for, I wholeheartedly believe it deserves some serious credit for that alone. Again, I have to admit that this is generally considered to be a bad way to build a real, living, feeling world, but still, even that hinges on whether or not you're even looking for that in the first place, because when it comes to vacant dead ones, there's none like it. In that sense, I guess you could objectively critique it on how accurately that aspect reflects LA as a real-world location, but at this point I feel like I should say that I've never actually been to Los Angeles myself. I'm only really familiar with the city through its many depictions in film, TV, and games. But that's something I've always thought only exaggerated how bizarre its depiction is here. My understanding is that geographically, LA is a city in the middle of an otherwise barren desert. Dry, arid, and battered by a brutal, unyielding sun 365 days of the year. For some reason I can only really speculate on, visibly it's so much colder, darker, and almost dismal looking in comparison to anywhere I've ever seen it portrayed before. From looking at candid photos and videos taken by people living in the city, the colour palettes just aren't even remotely similar. And although I can't claim to know why, I'm not sure it's something I dislike either. It's just so anemic looking in comparison. A grey, concrete landscape that, aside from accurately depicting the layout of the city, never visibly resembles the real LA at all. I mean, they've clearly given the world this huge, menacing sun to reflect the climate, but even that sits behind this sky of monochrome clouds and a depressing, hazy fog. It doesn't feel like it reaches the streets at all, and ends up conjuring images of a polluted, dystopian cityscape, closer to a Chinese city like Beijing or Tianjin than anywhere in America. I'm not sure I can fully explain why, but I guess in large part because of that, during replays I'm always more drawn to the GameCube version than any other port. The object pop-in is really aggressive regardless of the version you're playing, but along with the charmingly tiny render distance, subtly sharper, washed out lighting, textures, and the 4:3 aspect ratio, it really only adds to this surreal, distorted vision of an alternate reality LA. It was always impressive to me that they managed to get this game running at all, so to see it visually chugging away like this is almost adorable in the strangest way, because it all seems like a visual indication of just how insanely massive this place truly is. When we talk about the scale of a video game world, we're usually calculating it based on the relative size of an object in the world compared to something vaguely similar in real life. In short, if we know, for example, the height of the main character, we can use it to map physical distance, as well as things like the size of buildings, landmarks, and even walking and driving speed. There are limitations to that, however, as certain objects like buildings and roads don't need to play by the rules inherent with real-life physical objects. They only really need to look like they do. Most of them are too small, empty, or lacking the depth to even work in a physical space anyway, so ultimately it's not really something that's possible to accurately compare, but it's the only real metric we have when discussing how big a digital space feels. Still, I feel it's worth mentioning though, because again, it's the biggest contributing factor to what I see as being the overall atmosphere of the world. These endless streets of dead, impossibly built storefronts, constant twists and turns leading to more and more roads of vacant, empty shells, all of which couldn't physically exist in the world it's trying to portray, which is something I've always loved just standing here, sitting with. Some of them are just too physically small to realistically contain anything, while others are just so oddly out of place and poorly thought through that they stick out like these bizarre landmarks, drawing attention to the thoughtless, almost random way this place was built. You'll way too often see the odd warehouse or skyscraper, for example, just sitting in the middle of suburban areas, parks, or empty spaces, while other structures like parking garages and shop windows are just so heavily copied and pasted that their perfectly identical mirror copy will just be casually sitting across the street from them. Like it isn't one of the most bizarre scenes I've ever seen. It's by necessity, don't get me wrong, but to allow for that, I've always felt like they were very deliberately designed to be as featureless and generic as possible, looking like empty foundations, bombed out or destroyed in that sense. Which just makes me wonder what they thought a city populated with so many any of them was gonna look like. These are all obviously compromises that needed to be made to accommodate the map's size, but the size was clearly such a fundamental part of the game in concept that it seems like so many other components have just been thrown to the side to make way. The scale is technically impressive, sure, but how they've worked around certain limitations is sometimes painfully hard to ignore, regardless of how fascinating and charming I might think they are. Because that all having been said though, if you've ever found yourself without a car in the game, you know just how quickly the novelty of a realistically sized game world like this can wear away. The concept is amazing and I love it for all of these reasons, but due entirely to its dedication to real-world accuracy, there always comes a point where you realise that it's not exactly ideal for the type of game they were going for. A game like this. Nowhere does it hit you harder than when you're looking on the map for somewhere you need to get to, then start to travel what you think is a considerable part of that, only to check the map again and find that you've moved maybe a centimetre from your original position. It's insane. There's a channel on YouTube dedicated to timing how long it takes to traverse various game worlds from one end to the other. Their video on true crime streets of LA takes over an hour and 30 minutes uninterrupted, which is amazing. For comparison, San Andreas takes just 20 minutes to run across in its entirety, so it really can't be overstated how groundbreaking this was at the time. Sure, it's still only an hour and 30 minutes, so even though it's massive by video game standards, it's still absolutely taking some creative liberties where LA is concerned. Even I know you're not going to cross the city in that time, is what I mean. That could be because of how tightly compacted the city blocks are, or maybe how scaled up the assets are, but I've always thought that, strangely, speed in particular plays a huge role in how large an environment feels. Which is also something that's fun to think about because despite that, True Crime's protagonist is easily the fastest runner when compared to any of the others from similar games. The point I'm trying to make here is that, to this day, so much of the game world has been left unexplored largely just because of how massive a task it would be. But it's not the only reason. Again, this isn't a review of the game, but just for those who haven't played it or who aren't aware of how it's structured, contrary to how it presents itself, it's not actually an open world game at all. Really. Sure, at the end of each major chapter you're given the choice of 3 icons to drive to, and there's some mini-games, the shooting range and driving school for example. There's a gimmicky Easter egg where you can unlock and play as Snoop Dogg, but in the end there isn't anything the story wouldn't force you to do eventually anyway. There's no free roam mode, not even an unlockable one. And missions are incredibly linear, taking place immediately one after another, quite literally in a pre-plotted straight line. Despite the fact that the world is open in the sense that it isn't sectioned off anywhere, you're never really encouraged to explore it at any point. And the vast majority of it goes completely unused anyway. In fact, the lengths the game goes to stop you from exploring it always seem to suggest to me that they didn't want you to. As strange as that sounds. If for some reason you did actually want to explore, your only option is to go out of your way to find an untimed mission and then just ignore the game's constant pop-ups and prompts reminding you to pursue the objective. It gets so bad that in the end I actually just resorted to creating my own custom texture pack. It removes the invasive UI elements as well as all of the info dumps the game constantly levels at you, but it leaves you with something that I feel places more emphasis on the environment, making it a lot easier to explore at your own pace. Free from the game's persistent attempts to keep you following the straight line it wants you to. Because the truth is, you can beat the game multiple times over without ever having left the same handful of streets. Which, again, weirdly seems to be the intended way to play it, because you're never given any real reason to go further than that. A choice I've always found especially bizarre considering how clearly it's trying to compete with the GTA series, when in that respect it couldn't be more different. But what does that really mean, and where am I going with this? The sheer size of the world making it such an intimidating task to explore, and the game's constant attempts at stopping you, are all reasons why so much of it to this day has remained massively unknown, shrouded in mystery. But oh man, are they far from the only reasons. So regardless of the reasons, and intentional or not, the act of finding all of the world's obscure little areas has this otherworldly dreamlike quality to it. Because they've sat undiscovered for this long in a game I've been playing since it released. More importantly though, just because they were never intended to be explored and highlighted like this. So for a long time now, I've been desperate to put something like this together. Something to do just that. Show off and highlight all of the bizarre and odd discoveries I've made in the game over the years and that are sadly lost to its immensity and obscurity. If not just for myself to look back on, then for the possibility that it's seen by someone even remotely interested in this subject. Because despite how unpopular the game might be nowadays, I truly believe I found an extremely underappreciated aspect that makes it one of the most fascinatingly unique and surreal video games ever made. My favourite example of the game's unique visual style can be seen in one of the many supermarkets that seem to line the suburbs and commercial spaces. In particular, I've always loved how the interiors are fully modelled and textured in this low-res photo-sourced style, meaning you can only really get this close, stand here looking in, and wonder what it must look like from the inside. I'm not sure if it's just me, but whenever I see modelled interiors like this in games, I just find it hard to convince myself that you can't get in there somehow. Because why else would they have put that much work into it? With the massively oversized shelves in all these obscured, blurred colours, the tiled ceilings with the fluorescent lighting, it seems like distance only further adds to the game's charm. It's what initially led me out of the city in the first place, because I originally wanted to try and find a good view of LA's skyline from as far outside its limits as possible. But where that ended up leading me was straight out into all of these flat, wide open plains. They seem to be everywhere in the game, a game I have to keep reminding myself is set in LA, because with that context it's conceptually hilarious and all the more bizarre. The city over there all trying its hardest to seem like one of the largest, most congested cities in the world, while surrounded by all these infinitely stretching flat voids of grass and more concrete than is on Earth. Standing here, staring out into the nothing, wondering what could possibly be out there on the other side, has always weirdly unsettled me. And not just visually, but also because I can never help but mentally place myself here. Needing to travel days and days in any direction and with all the resources that would take just to get to the other side. To get anywhere away from here. Little did I know, however, I would soon find out exactly what was out there. So to rewind slightly, that meant that I had to start by looking for an out. I began by tracing the very outside perimeter of the map all the way around in search for any gap or break in the fence that I could use to easily slip out of bounds. Again, the size of the world meant that that took what felt like hours, but I was certain that with something of this scale there had to be somewhere they failed to properly close off. Somewhere they hadn't double checked. To cut a long story short, that could not have been a more accurate assumption, because there just so happened to be many instances of exactly that. But specifically, in my case, I eventually came to this hilariously perfect example of exactly the kind of thing that I set out to find. Some kind of geometry mistake where the terrain was clearly changed at some point, but the barrier was just left in the air, but it did the trick and I was able to easily slip out and into the unknown beyond. This spot in particular happened to lead me out into a construction site. So despite there being many different methods to escape the map, my first experience with it involved having to pass through all this harshly unfinished scenery. Intentionally unfinished, don't get me wrong, with the skeletons of these buildings, empty foundations, and miles of flat concrete pavement, but also unfinished in the unintentional sense, that it's outside of the playable map. It wasn't ever intended to be seen up close like this, and so it's lacking the detail that you've come to expect from the game's usual scenery, as indistinct and featureless as it was anyway. It all ends up really adding to this feeling that you've slipped outside of the game's reality, that you're really not supposed to be back here, in the maintenance corridors, all up in the guts of the machine.
Chest, welcome back. A few months ago I made a terrible mistake by letting you lot vote. Asking what should I do next. Oh kurwa. Anyways, My Summer Car is a true bobber simulator. It lets you drink and drive, gamble, and most importantly, suffer. A true Sigma of a game. Am I right or am I left, fellas? And since suffering for us, the Slavs, is a second nature, why not suffer together? I've decided to attempt the most stupid challenge of them all and get all 76 achievements My Summer Car has prepared for me. So, put on your Abidas and let's get ready for the hardest Pierre Bologne of your life. First step, make a plan. As for the achievements, there are, as previously mentioned, 76 of them. That's a lot. Since some of them needed to be done while in a permadev mode, it would be a bit confusing. So, I made a list, putting them into different categories like easy ones, or rally ones, or Yep. I was using a guide which you can find in the video description, the same place where you can join our wonderful community. Pomenato. In game, I named myself and chose the permadev option. Proud to be mortal. I doubt anyone in black has shared that same proudness. Anyways, first achievement was done. Easy enough. Dopamine and vodka started flowing. Next step was equally as easy. Take the bike into the town. Now, I had some bad experience before. So I was more careful than needed. And here we are. I was glad when we made it to Timos. Gione. Awesome. In the shop I bought a case of beer and I bought all of the cigarettes as well. And so I started to work on them both. Wanting to be efficient, I was smoking and drinking, and I also started to dabble at the poker machine at Timo's bar. Little did I know, I just started the hardest achievement in the whole fucking Skurvena game, the Rete Poker Remaster. This achievement, only 0.7% of all players ever got. The suffering intensifies. Basically, you need to get a royal flush. A chance to get a royal flush is 1 in 649,740, meaning kurva impossible. I have a bigger chance to bang those prime finished cheeks than achieving this. After a few tries, out of desperation, we already got the achievement for smoking too much, and a short while later, we finished the case of beers and got the case solved achievement. A real life hour later, Timos closed down, but I was still gambling my life away. After gambling in the dark all night, the royal flush, nowhere. I grabbed my broken hopes and dreams and went to wait for Penna. On my way, I saw something else broken.
What the fuck? What the fuck happened here?
Apparently the Sigma of a Chad was a bit too EP.
He slipped? Whoa.
So I let him be and successfully catched Penna, showing him the finger and making me a total idiot, and in fact a full idiot. Safe to say, he didn't like that. Keen to show me his drunken driving skills in Maluch, we were going hypercar speeds and suddenly felt alive. Inevitably, his skill ran out, as did the road underneath us.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus. We're alive. Oh yes. What the fuck?
And it's gone. So, a successful start, I'd say. 7 out of 76 achievements were done, only to go. We start again, naming ourselves again.
Let me smash.
Please.
And admitting that I am a coward for starting the game with permadeath off. Next bit was recorded during my live stream on YouTube, and that gives us a great chance to talk about yo! Subscribe to this channel. Come on, I believe that you can do it. Or this little comic gets it. Anyways, the goal was to get the poker machine achievement and the sloth machine achievement, starting with the latter. We got some money. Don't ask. Anyways, slot machine. We needed to get 3 coins in a row. Unsurprisingly, after 1 hour of no luck at all, we went to smash Timo's window. Like an idiot.
Timo is going to...
After I paid for the smashed glass, we got 4 people go away for being too rich and tried the poker again, but no bueno. Tired, we went to sleep, and the next morning, after arriving to Timo's on a tractor, we got
a true hillbilly.
Spending another hour of my life watching as spinning Finnish faces rolled by. I was starting to be sick of this machine, the game, the freaking Timo himself.
Timo.
Shut the fuck up. What the hell? This will take forever. Kurva much. Why do I do this?
Damn it!
But Chad was cheering me on, so after another half an hour, we finally struck gold.
17. There is a gold! I am going to eat my own hair.
That made the chat quite happy. Next up was the poker, the big daddy of achievements. And that's where I started having existential crisis. Never before was I so low, wanting to give up after every press of a button. I was feeling sick. My eyes were fried, my ass was hurting. It was in total of 4 hours of trying for that poker machine achievement and no yield so far, but the chat was rooting me on, so I had a quick sip of my own piss, getting the ultimate survival, and put my head down. After another 2 hours of playing poker machine, I didn't get it. We were close, yet so far.
We were one off. 10 JQK. These little absolutna pičovina, to se nemohlo stát. Čistá kokočina.
Tired and depressed. I was feeling unwell. So we ended the stream by refueling the tractor and having some relaxing smoke. Suddenly I remembered smoking can kill.
Oh. Oh no!
Right, this sucker has to go down. I googled, there was no cheat. I googled more, there was no script. I googled even more. There was no cheese. Kurva! The only way to get that spierdoleni Rite Poker Remaster achievement was on the path of suffering. And so it began. Lose, lose. I was losing badly. My sanity on the brink of collapse. 6 hours of trying, with no luck at all. It was time to call it a day. Feeling this might be it. Let's scrap the video. I was not feeling up to the challenge. But the next day, I tried again. One last chance. Few close calls were made, but predictably no royal flush. After a total of 8.5 hours, I was done. Video idea was gone. I thought to myself, why the hell do I do this? I have a free will, for fuck's sake. I do not owe anyone anything. I can scrap this and make a video where I will build a fucking Dacia or try to survive in a Project Zomboid. Yep, feeling like a zombie myself, I wanted to close the game. But I said to myself, like a true gambling addict I was becoming, one last try. Right, best and bruised, svati Ježišu, kurva mać do piče. We've done it, boys. Yes, yes, yes. We've officially became the 0.7% of My Summer Car players, and that felt good, my friend. And so next, I've decided to do some not damaging achievements. Mind you, this is still My Summer Car we are talking about. So we started by building the vanilla Satsuma. Along the way, I obviously started to be depressed, so I drank a bottle of hard liquor on Saturday, giving us Working Man Saturday and party time for just, drinking. Typical Eastern Europe hydration, I don't understand. Anyways, I got bored and pissed on the TV. What a shock. After what seemed to be eternity, the Satsuma was finally on the wheels and ready to be started. It runs, which was great news. But it took me 2 hours to build, but we were making some progress and the car was up and running. As my Polish cousin would say, jebany samochód was done. Meaning, we were free to do other tasks. Naturally, I delivered groceries to Babushka as Granny's little helper. Bought everything from the tuning catalog as a king of tuning, installed the pink dash cover that I forgot to record, but I got the achievement pimped. The list was looking like it's in the progress. Finally. Next on the agenda was finishing the Satsuma GT. That turned out to not be so straightforward. Wow. What a fucking surprise. Earlier, I gathered all of the Satsuma GT parts. Center console, rocker cover, steering wheel, front grille, wheels and RMP gauge. We installed those and now we have to add a double carburetor, install the rear and front spoilers and the rear window grille. Also, they needed to be painted black. The next part was on Fleetari. He repaired it and most importantly resprayed it to the original color. The Satsuma GT was done. As we already had a somewhat capable car, naturally the next step was the inspection at Lindell. Fuck you, Lindell! Anyhow, first we wanted to fail for the money well spent achievement. So I threw away the warning triangle and discovered that the Satsuma does not actually meet the emission norm anyways. For second try, we put the triangle black, tuned the carburetor a bit, got Lindell to stick his big, juicy screwdriver up our ass, and got the responsible citizen curva. I was a bit too tired of all of the suffering. Next, a bit of relaxation. And so we went to the cabin on a lake, chopped some wood and started the sauna. Waiting for it, I played with the sparky arrows. Ooh. Once the sauna was hot enough, we went into it and splashed some water on coals, getting us the Welcome to Finland and Finnish Summer achievements. What more can you need? When I got home, I started a batch of Kilju and started the sauna. Again. This time only to piss on it. That got us the golden steam. Let's get fucked up. Since there is no Borovichka or Tsuika, we had to go with vodka. Specifically, a lot of vodka. As I drank it all, it got me into the Finnish wedding condition, and seconds later, we went through Magic Portal, waking up in Penasmalu. Anyways, getting back home, I was pretty miserable, fighting off my demons as well as the hangover. I started to work on getting us our body weight above 100 kilograms. At this point, I lost it completely. I went into a deep compression of eating, drinking, pissing all over. They never loved me anyway. Why am I even doing this? When all of a sudden, someone called. Going to the phone turned out to be a massive mistake. Mashi. Oh my god! Next time, don't answer that call. Right, we have some catching up to do, and for the first achievement of the day was a ride with the Yobos. They should be showing off, do some drifting, steer off the road and kill us. Except we didn't die. Unfortunately, this made the driver realize his mortality, and I kid you not, ja pierdolę. He became a Catholic driver, going way under the speed limits, stopping on crossroads, being careful, the full bunch. The only thing missing was the little fish sticker. Anyhow, try after try after try, the Christian boy was not feeling suicidal, turning me into a mess of nervous breakdowns. This is not how we roll, my man. Oh dear lord. Oh! You gotta be kidding, right? Nothing works. Ah! What in the god's name? Don't tell me you're stuck again. You stupid fucking vanilla-haired piece of a broken neck Pichus. Oh my fucking god. After my little tantrum, it was time to break out my genius. Since the Danger Brothers would not kill us, I will. after another eventful ride, we finally came to the train crossing. And oh, let us stop here. A wonderful view is to be seen here, boys. Just you wait. Yup, and so it was.
Let's go!
Too much power, too little skill. In this case, it should be called I am a pussy and my hair is shit. That little simple achievement took me 2 hours to complete. So the next step was to refuel myself and also refuel the radiator cooler in the Satsuma with some of that refined piss, like in the Dakar Rally. Of course, I needed to prepare the Satsuma for the speed stuff, rally and whatnot, so I did that. Curiosity got the better of me and I wanted to know what is the actual power of the Satsuma. It was not great, giving us only 73 brake horsepower. Got to work on that. Next up we had some simple ones. Brew Helio and sell it, drink some of it as well, and later when the drunken boy called us to pick him up, we did that and got the You Have a Friend achievement. The next day, I took it a bit slower. Did some shit-sucking jobs with professional driving. No! To make Gifu full of crap. We prepared to do the heist of our beloved Yebani poker machine. So I broke the window and after some struggle we got the machine out of the pub. We robbed it, getting the true Perjarvi Dalton. Nothing new in our world. Except I'm a fucking idiot. Few meters in my getaway truck, it ran out of fuel. Great. Fucking great! Anyhow, after getting home, I set my sights on the next challenge. That is to get massively, morbidly American. For that, we needed shower and a lot of food. These next scenes were too much to watch. But bother with me as we get to the 100 kilograms of pure chat. Nice! Next up, we had to raise this full again. Got his girl. And after that, I painted the Satsuma a magical YouTube color. It could be anything you want, like the DeLorean, or Initial D, or your mama. And I tuned the car a little bit to get us the plot twist.
What the
And we scored the third base, completely clattered. Naturally, as there were bodily fluids everywhere on the front seats, I opted to drive people around. You go home from the pub.
Fuck! What the hell?
That was pretty eventful. Grandma to church. Get in. Get in, you old hag!
Grandma, please. Oh no. Oh hell yeah.
Earning us the Kela taxi, and again driving Yuko from the pub to his lovely home. 1, 2, 3 times. After I took him home for the 5th time, he spilled the beans about his lottery ticket and suitcase full of money. Terrible temptation. After some time, we even broke the 100 marker.
Boys, we have 100 kilometers.
Reminding me, there is that one achievement, 10,000 kilometers. When we got a little bit further, I saw this. Pena was in trouble. Clearly, the situation could not get any worse.
What the fuck is going on?
Yup. And Moose just committed an insurance fraud and hit Pena's car. Clearly, there was nothing I could do, so we drove on. After that, I put some numbers on the lottery ticket. We didn't have to win much, just the lowest possible price for 4 numbers guessed correctly. Lottery won't be cast until Saturday. So, in the meantime, I did some weight shedding of the Satsuma to make it as fast as possible for the next challenge on our list. That was a drag race. To be quite honest, Almost everything from the car had to go. Even the fucking fuel pipe to the fuel tank was an unnecessary weight. Like your mama. For the achievement, we had to do a quarter-mile race under 17 seconds. That sounds hard, even on paper. And even with Super Light Satsuma and Nitro Boost. What I didn't account for was my skill, which was an issue.
Why does it keep stalling? I'm not doing that.
God damn it! And so I tried, and tried, and tried. People watching live had to be pretty bored, so they were cheering me on.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Blood! Well, this gave me a false start. Bitch! But fuck my life!
Few mental breakdowns later, I tried again. I tried so many times, I was beginning to feel it. This is probably impossible. I felt sick again, deciding it was time for a break. After crying in my bathtub full of sloth tears, I gained some courage and tried again. It was tough. A real challenge even for the most experienced sufferer. I'm telling y'all. Even Jesus would put this on his suffer CV. Opportunities to show my lack of skill were immense. Unbelievably, after 5 hours of trying,
Yes!
I was happy. Greased Rust was done. At this point, we were way past the half point, giving me hope that maybe, just maybe, your mama can be fit. Might be true, must be true. Yes, oh yeah, might be true. It was time to check the lottery. And we won. We won a very nice sum of 50 marks. Nice. But we were a lottery winner. Outside of Timos, I witnessed a regular Finnish activity. Anyways, since I didn't want to get bogged down, next task was to help the drunken guy move. His wife has left him, and he was moving next to a lake. This was not for an achievement as such, but it will be later on. Moving Yuko was not easy. I had to put up my ass a lot of furniture. Thankfully, my ass is enormous, so I managed to do it in few trips. Once I moved him, I made my way to the strawberry fields, made myself some strong Eastern European coffee, and in this wonderful weather, started picking. Half an hour later, 1000 strawberries.
Yeah, buddy!
After that, I came home, and my phone rang. Apparently, we made some bad investment. A literal oopsie. Let me just out of here. Thank you for playing, for finishing the game's main quest. 30 achievements were still remaining. First of all was an easy one, for Slavs anyway. When I got stopped by the police, I took an alcohol test, which was not only positive, but also negative. I drank too much. Darwin Award for more than 3.5 promille in my breath. Before I had the chance to pay my fine of 20,000 marks, I passed out. Good work. Anyways, next day, as I was speeding, I kinda didn't see the popos. Not good? Oh no. But since I had tuned up Satsuma, I let myself cook. Bastards didn't stand a chance. Nobody caught me. Confident, I went to sleep. The next day though,